hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Is everybody getting into Christmas mood yet, y'all? Hello. We are going to talk about a YouTuber tonight. I want to say hi. We're going to talk about a YouTuber gone crazy mom, Ruby Franks. If you're not familiar with Ruby Franks, she was a family home blogging YouTuber who had over 2.5 million subscribers. And during the time that she has been filming her YouTube channel, people had begun to see and notice abuse going on with her children. So we're going to talk about that tonight. It's a really interesting case. This mother is really like psychotic, and what she was doing to those children were just crazy, and it's really sad, and it's actually YouTube gone insane. And so I'm not for sure if she's the same YouTuber that I saw make her son go and pretend like he was crying over their dog and accidentally slipped it out. I think that might have been a different YouTuber. But yeah, it's a pretty crazy case. Hello, Michelle Tucker. Hello, Angel Loader. Feel better. Audrey Presley. Miss Kim's. God's Girl. Tams. Cool Gamer. Sammy. Juicy Jewel. Laura P. Dee Dee. God's Girl. Tams. Frankie. Sleuth Fairy. Laura P. Hello, beautiful dame. Abigail Rose. God bless you. Brown Bear Jamboree. Miss Kim's Tams. Who else we got in here? Sleuth Fairy. Yanni. Mindy McGee. White Widow Baby. Hello. Vicky too. Angela P. Hello. Come on in. Come on in. So I want to let y'all know when we first start this about this. I don't know if you're familiar with the Ruby Franks case, but hello, White Widow Baby. But the woman is insane, in my opinion. And it ended. She started a YouTube channel a few years back, a family YouTube channel, and little by little people started noticing the cruel things that she had done to her children.
Shop. We'll be with you shortly. Take your pants off.
Hang on just a second, y'all. I'll stop this in just a second. But yeah, she started. I'm just going to give you a little update on this YouTuber. Like I said, she had 2.5 million subscribers. This is her. And I need to give credit on this thing too. So this lady here, they said that she is a part of not the Mennonites, but what's that? Where they marry more than one person. And so this lady here, you will see, hey, MC Lick, little by little, the insanity, 8 Passengers, thank you. Her channel was called 8 Passengers, and she had her and her husband and 6 kids, right, Sleuth Fairy. And so, little by little, Mormon, thank you, Sleuth Fairy. It's coming. Thank you, guys. But she did come from a Mormon family, and so the discipline that she did to these children were outrageous. She made them sleep on a cold floor when they were sick. She would ground them from eating. She would make them clean up stuff like ridiculously out in the cold. A lot of times she kept them from a lot of food. And I think I'm going to pull up the 911 call, because that will let you know what actually happened on the day that her son ran to a neighbor's house and called 911. So let me pull that up, and then we'll pull this back up here in a minute. Let me go back. Hang on, you guys. 911 call for Ruby Frank's child. And I want y'all to hear this because the neighbor actually starts crying. Here it is. This is Fox News 13. Let me put the link out because I don't want to get a copyright. If anybody can post the copyright thing, this is Fox News 13. Credit to them. Let me put that out in the link for you guys if you all want to. But this is actually the 911 call of what happened to her son, and give you all a kind of idea of what was going on in that house. Hey, hang on just a second. StreamYard.
Your emergency. Okay, and the phone number you're calling from. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police.
What's
So
his
he's
name?
very afraid. What's your last name? He's 12 years old. Yes.
Okay, and can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
Okay, and are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out.
He says he just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street. Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under a block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty, and
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around him. I think there's a good chance he's been. Oh, and he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been. This kid has obviously been. I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Haven't asked him that. Yeah. You know where your mommy and...
I really got you.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. No. Nowhere.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to. He says he knows where his mom is, but
He doesn't know where his dad is.
that's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He just
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay. Is his
Yeah,
mom
we're
in the
good.
area?
And is your mom around here? Have you seen her lately? He doesn't know where she is right now.
Does he know his mom's name?
What's your mom's name? Ruby Franke? Ruby Franke is his mom's name.
Okay. How do you spell the last name?
Franke.
Franke.
Okay. And does she live in the area?
No, I'm not sure where she lives. He's trying to help us, but he's
That's okay. We don't want to stress him out too much. The officers will go over all these questions with him anyway. I just want to stay on the phone with you until we get some help there, okay?
yeah.
What's your name?
My name is.
Okay. Can you ask him if any other children were in the home he came from?
Okay. Was there any other kids up at Jody's house?
Remember what?
Anybody else? No. I was. Yeah, this is the 30th of, or excuse me, the 29th of August.
It'll be the 30th of August.
Karen, I'm more with
10 and 14, and they're still at this house.
Ask,
It,
are they tied up as well?
what's the deal with? Are they being held? Do they have wounds on them as well?
Nothing bad going on with us.
Okay.
It's just the
Okay. So they're able to walk around the house and everything. Well,
little boy.
okay. He says everything's fine with them.
What happened?
Grain of salt.
Okay.
He says what's happened to him is his fault.
That's not a problem. That's sad to hear. They're coming to you as quick as they can, okay?
Okay, yeah.
His mom
Yeah,
is psychopath.
Sure.
He's fine. I've got him sitting here. My wife, he got him water and giving him something to eat because he's hungry and just a young man. He's hearing his stocking feet. So he escaped.
Well, I'm glad that he was able to make it to
They're on their way.
where he could be safe. They should just be pulling up now. Let me know when they're with you, okay?
Will do. I hear a car, but they're not coming on the driveway.
And Melanie. Hey, Denise.
You did good. Enjoy that banana, okay?
Yeah, he just
did the right
turned
thing.
30 seconds ago, so he might be waiting for his partner. I'm not sure.
Is Jody up there right now? Okay. Jody Hildebrand is up there right now.
Jody is their psychiatrist. That is a long story.
So she may come looking for him here soon, but she's not gonna, obviously. Right, we need the cops here as soon as possible.
I'm just asking where he is now.
Yeah, she's a bad lady. We didn't realize how bad.
Poor neighbors traumatized.
Okay, let's see. I'm just asking where he is. Well, sounds like he's making a phone call real quick to a sergeant. He is going to head up.
Okay, all right. Well, if we have to take him inside the house, we will. We're just sitting outside right now because we have chairs out here, and it was convenient.
That's okay. If anything, he's sitting out down your driveway and keeping an eye on the house. So if that's where you feel safe, that's where the child feels safe. So let's just stay where you're at.
Yeah, I think we're doing this. Yes.
Does he have anything with him?
But,
AMC.
no, he's wearing a long sleeve shirt and shorts, and it's way too big for him.
Can you tell me what color the shirt and shirt?
Okay, the ambulance is here.
Okay.
Obviously, you could hear this guy cry in the background. Now, the kids were, Ruby, the mother, was staying with the psychiatrist lady that was directing the family into doing the sheet that they've been doing. Not to mention that this mother had strict um, rules and regulations. The Jody lady was also telling the father of these children to stay away from the family to save their marriage. And I don't know, we still don't know what the real thing was going on between this lady and that Jody lady, but Franks moved in with this Jody lady and she was like a mentor. So I don't know exactly what all did happen in that house that day, but I will be showing you here. Let me put the link out here. Her name is Kyla. I'm going to be showing you some of the behaviors and the disciplinary actions that she did to these children while she did this on live exploitation of her children. And I think this is the channel name. So I'm going to bring this back up and I'm going to show you all just a little bit of the ridiculous. This mother is a freaking monster. So here we go.
Russell, and Julie was just crying a lot and whiny, and one day I looked at her and I'm like, you just stink. She had like peed her pants or something, and it was just because she was being neglected, because I was totally paying attention to the new baby.
I can't believe that I'm saying this, but somehow I managed to find even more disturbing deleted videos of Ruby Frank being horrible to her children. Someone who treats their children like this has to have something wrong with them, because
not only does she exploit her children on here, she talks to them horribly. She body shames them. And people are watching them. Now, I don't want to give her commentary because this is just her idea of it. But as you just seen, she was talking about neglecting her child. She was neglecting her child. And she called her told her child she stunk. So we'll go a little bit over this right here.
an entire website called Connection.
Okay. I want her
Previous video, which I'll have linked down below. When all of this happened, Ruby was taking life coaching advice from this Jody woman who has an entire website called Connections or something like that, full of all of these podcast episodes, full of all of these teachings that she's giving other parents on how to parent. There are people who had one-on-one phone calls with her. They would literally pay to talk to this woman on the phone and to take advice from him on how to parent their children. We need to understand how disturbing that is, that there were private phone calls going on with Jody and other parents across the world that were learning how to discipline and how to teach their children from someone like this.
Okay, get this. Jody was their life coach and she was also their therapist. Daisy, is Ruby Frank the blonde-headed lady? Yes, she is. She was not only their life coach, but she was their therapist, and she was teaching. She actually, we found out from the lawyer, you'll hear in just a second, and this is her right here with Ruby, that she was actually told the husband to leave the house as part of saving their marriage.
Adults who abuse their children.
Strongly disapprove of abuse. I think all of us could get on board with, yeah, I have
Ruby,
righteous anger toward adults abusing children. When I see what's going on with children being exploited and being used as tools, as pawns.
Yet she was doing the same thing, and Jody's over there nodding like, Meanwhile, they probably got some kids duct taped in their basement at the same time they're filming this video. Now, I want to show you guys some clips that I found of Ruby Franke with Eve. I found numerous clips where Eve was being unsupervised. She was not being watched. There's one of her where she got into a bath. I don't know if it was old bath water from a previous child that they just hadn't drained, or if she filled the bathtub herself.
Evie!
Look at this. She's 2 years old.
We are on our way to take the kids to school, and now we're going to be late. No. This is the only thing you had left to wear. What am I going to do with you?
I don't know how old she was in this clip. She looks super young, maybe like 2 or something.
This girl's going to show more clips of her. Not only, like she says, does this baby found her way in a bathtub by herself, but she also took the time to go and get the camera and videotape this baby in a bathtub by herself. And nobody knows if she filled the bathtub up herself or if the kids left the bathtub. But yeah. And, you know, why is this little girl, that's the only outfit she wore? Like this girl says, did she make this baby wear this outfit? Did she punish this baby and make her wear this wet outfit throughout the day? What you guys are hearing, I'm telling you, it's pretty bad. She looks to be about 1 or 2, yes. And you will see that she loses this little girl in the store. It just goes on like it never happened. Now, I do want to give credit to this girl because this is her stuff. I put her link out here, but yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And you'll see here in just a minute, she loses the little girl in the store. Let's see here what this is.
England.
Reasons Oh, no. What are you doing? You are so crazy, girl.
After what we've heard about this duct tape situation and the fact that Ruby was filming stuff, I do think it's possible that she was outside filming and just didn't see that Evie climbed down there. But I'm also kind of wondering, did she put her there? Like, did she purposefully put her there to make a dramatic vlog? I don't think that that's too far from the truth either, to be honest with you. I don't think that's far reached to think that, because
it was very staged, I think, because the little girl, if you go back and look, you see, there's no way she could hang on that long. So let's go back and watch that again. This girl she don't play. I like this girl. So right here you can see the little girl's head sticking up like pushing her up.
What are you doing? You are so crazy, girl.
After what we've heard about this duct tape,
actually been staged, I don't know, but you never know. Let's see what else we got here. I think this is where she loses the little girl in the store. Hang on. This woman is a psychopath. I don't care what nobody says. She's a freaking psychopath. Hang on here.
her neglecting her children is this story she told about losing Eve in the supermarket. How are there so many instances where she's not seeing this little girl and she gets put in dangerous situations?
Do you remember when Eve climbed away from me at Costco? I didn't know she climbed away. She ended up being found by an employee up in a toy house
that was like on pallets up in the air. I don't know how she got up there.
There's also another clip where Ruby is talking about how Evie was supposed to wake herself up for school.
2 days ago was preschool. Eve slept in. She's notorious for sleeping in. And she woke up and I thought, you know what? I'm not gonna wake her up because every time I wake her up, she gets super grumpy and upset, and I have to literally drag her into her dress. And she's old enough to do that herself. And she missed preschool. She slept in and she woke up. She's like, I'm ready. My preschool. I said, you know what? Preschool's over. You slept through it. I'm sorry. And she's like, what? And I said, you need to get up and get ready if you're gonna go to preschool because I'm not gonna drag you out of bed. And so she slept in and she woke up. She's like, I'm ready. My preschool. I said, you know what? Preschool's over. You slept through it. I'm sorry. And she's like, what? And I said, you need to get up and get ready if you're gonna go to preschool because I'm not gonna drag you out of bed. And so yeah, I still pay for it, but it's a lesson learned. And
She can't control when she wakes up.
apparently she can.
No, because I woke her up.
But she got up.
Because I dragged her out.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, me and Abby woke her up. You dragged her out.
I believe she was 6 years old. So this 6-year-old little girl was supposed to wake herself up to go to school and then make her own lunch at 6 years old. When she overslept and didn't get up, oh, it's your fault. And then she has her oldest daughter over there who's like, no, she got up out of bed because I got her up and I got her dressed. I want to say, like, after going through these videos of their family and stuff like that, like, I've noticed that older daughter, I believe her name is Sherry, she took care of those children. You can see her being the one to hug them. In this clip where Ruby is threatening to cut the head off of this little toy, you can see Sherry being the one going over there to comfort her. And I didn't bring this up when I previously filmed this video, but if you guys go back and you look at that video where she's threatening to cut the head off of that bear, and the clip starts, Eve is like panic breathing and she looks terrified, like she doesn't know what her mom's gonna do. I've never.
Let's fast forward it.
Because he left his socks by the garden.
You're gonna have to go find your shorts. Oh, did you see this?
This is the little boy that was duct taped. This is the little boy that she tormented. And this is the little boy that was actually duct taped.
Socks you threw at the side of the garden, and you are not going anywhere unless you pick up your junk. You've got crap strewn all around. No, so you see, now I'm using bad language. That's how bad of a mood I'm in. You get your socks picked up, and don't you leave your stuff out anymore. Right over there. Run and go pick them up. And then give me 10 push-ups. Put them in your pocket so you can take them down to the hamper and drop and give me 10.
1.
Put your hands straight out. They're in. They're not supposed to be out. Shape your hands forward. There you go. 1, 2, down further. Bring your butt down.
And with the same child, he's like play wrestling with his older brother. And then she threatens their privilege of dinner that night.
They're going to think you're torturing him. Stop it. I know you're not, but it looks like you are. Okay, Russell. I'm only going to say it one more time, and then you're going to lose the privilege to eat dinner.
Like, it is a privilege for you to be able to eat. So if you piss me off, there goes your meal. The amount of clips of her threatening.
Yes, guys, she does. She threatens these little ones with food, and she does keep them from eating. She keeps them from eating a lot. A lot of them were, well, the little boy was dehydrated, and I think it only got worse as she went down the line. It just got more and more insane. And you could tell this woman is insane. She, in my opinion, she's very.
I'm going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
Numerous clips of her threatening starvation on them.
If we forget our lunches, would you bring them to us?
No.
And then there's this clip that I found where her other daughter was going for a checkup. She films her weight when she has to get on the scale and then makes jokes about her weight, and you probably don't want to eat that sucker, and now that you're 99 pounds, you probably don't want to eat that.
You're going to pass on the sucker?
I've had enough brownie for a lifetime. I really don't.
Once you hit 99 pounds, you don't need any suckers anymore.
Literally body shaming her poor daughter and causing her to potentially have an eating disorder and a.
Right. This woman is definitely weird. Like, I can understand. I like this girl here because she really tells it how it is. Let's see here. I don't want to take off her commentary, but I do want to show you.
And showing through their choices, their unwillingness to repent, their unwillingness to start over some pretty egregious choices that they've made. So Kevin and I have decided that we are going to give the gift of truth to them this year for Christmas. We are going to give them the gift of boundaries, and we're going to give them the gift of repentance. So we sat down with them, and we told these two what our expectations were again, and we let them know how deeply sorrowful we've been because of the choices that they've been making, and how it's affected the teachers at school, it's affected their peers, it's affected our home, the siblings. And we just laid it out very clear, and we told them that this year they are not going to be visited by Santa. So they will, and we prepped them. We let them know that the Christmas morning, their 4 older siblings will be getting Christmas presents to open, and that they will have the gift of love from their dad and I, because we want them to really have a visceral experience that hits them. So up until now, I was really hoping that like keeping them home from school and biting the floorboards would like really bring pain. Like, oh my gosh, I really want to change this behavior that I've been exhibiting. And it wasn't painful for them. They're like, oh yeah, we get to stay home from school and clean floorboards. This is kind of fun. It's like, so, they've had these visceral experiences, and they haven't affected them. It's because they're so numb. And so the more numb your child is, the greater experience, the bigger the outcome. They need to wake them up. You're not going to push a boulder with just your hands. You need some real leverage. And the biggest leverage that a little child has is probably Santa Claus. And so I expressed to them that I love your soul more than anything in this world. And I literally would do anything to invite you into repentance. And I know parents say that. I would do anything for my kid. But really, what I think most parents are saying is I would give anything to you if I would pay any price monetarily. I don't know how many parents are actually willing to put any boundary in place that would bring a turnaround, that would really bring repentance. So that is our gift. Our gift is a reflection of truth to our child of this is how selfish you have shown up. And it's not like once or twice. It's not 1 week. This is like months and months and months and months and months you have shown up this selfish. And so I'm going to reflect truth to you equally, which is about the equivalent of Santa not coming.
So they made their youngest children, their babies, watch the older ones open presents for Christmas. He was in support of that. Now that's a type of psychological abuse in my personal opinion. And also the fact that these children were malnourished, meaning they were being starved over a period of time before this happened. Where was he? He wasn't around, was he? Guys, I'm not kidding you. I saw this clip and I had to rewatch it because I wasn't.
I do want to say now, I will show you an interview with the attorney here in a little bit for the father of these kids, and where he tells where that Jody lady was their counselor and their therapist, that she was advising him to leave the home. He actually moved out of the house, and they made their oldest son move out too. And that Ruby ended up moving in with this psycho, in my opinion, Jody, where the abuse even got more worse, where they taped the children up and duct taped them and everything else. Yeah, monsters. It gets worse. This ain't even half of it. But I don't want to take her commentary, so I just want to show you the clips that comes from this mom that's crazy.
Terrible.
I'll find the photo. I had just had Russell, and Julie was just crying a lot and whiny, and one day I looked at her and I'm like, you just stink. She had like peed her pants or something, and it was just because she was being neglected, because I was totally paying attention to the new baby. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get somebody to help me with the little ones. I'm gonna pay attention to you. And so I bought her a new little dress at Walmart. It was like one of those dresses you see for like $4.89 or whatever, a really cheap dress. It was just darling, cute as can be. And I gave her a bath, and I brushed her hair and fixed it cute, and she was good. She was better.
She says in this clip verbatim that she is neglecting her daughter to take care of her other kid, and talks about how she ended up going to the bathroom in her clothes, and she was like, oh, she smells so bad, and is basically talking about how she was neglecting her and she wasn't being taken care of because I wasn't taking care of her.
And she thought it was funny too. If you go back and watch, she thinks it's funny. Go back and watch that smile on her face when she's talking about her daughter stinking. This is her daughter that she's exploiting.
New baby. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna get somebody to help me with the little ones. I'm gonna pay attention to you. And so I bought her a new little dress at Walmart. It was like one of those dresses you see for like $4.89 or whatever, a really cheap dress. It was just darling, cute as can be. And I gave her a bath, and I brushed her hair and fixed it cute, and she was good. She was better.
She says in this clip verbatim that she is neglecting.
Yeah, she brags about it. Like, she literally was bragging about doing that to her baby. Okay, I want you to hear what she did to her oldest son here. Let's see.
she started acting better. There's also this clip where she's talking about her oldest son, Chad, the one that she made sleep on the floor and a beanbag for 7 months and wouldn't let him have a room, where she's talking about how when he did have a bed that he was complaining that it was broken, and she was just like, oh, it's fine.
This board is about to snap in half. So I'm just going to start over. Chad's been complaining for a while now that he doesn't feel safe on his bed, that the bed feels like it's going. He's like, Mom, every time I get on my bed, it feels like I'm going to break through the bed. And I'm like, oh, it's fine.
And then also while we're talking about Chad, she was doing like a Q&A with Sherry. And in the background, you can hear Chad say, hitting you, referring to his mom hitting him.
And I know that I'm not going to be reprimanded. I know I'm not going to be corrected, or like, that's a huge thing. And a feeling too. Like, if you feel confused or like you don't quite know what's going on, that's a huge sign you're being manipulated.
And I also forgot to mention there's this other clip where Ruby is talking about how she left her children. I believe they were all under the age of 5 downstairs so she could go take a nap. Now she told her kids to stay on the couch, watch their show for an hour, and not on a couch. And she also told them under no circumstances did they go into the kitchen, and that she would feed them after she napped. So obviously the little kids go in the kitchen and they get some pineapple, spill a little bit of the juice on the floor, try to clean it up. When she comes down and finds some pineapple there, she gets upset.
And we lived in a townhouse, and there were a lot of stairs that went up to my bedroom, and the family room was down a long flight of stairs. And I put my 2 children, my almost 6-year-old, she's probably 5, and then Chad, my 3, almost 4-year-old, on a couch, and I put on a movie, and I said, I am going to go lay down. Do not move from your couch. You got your blanket, you've gone to the bathroom, the doors were locked and bolted, and I said, I'm going to go lay down. I'm going to lay your sister down for a nap, the baby, and I'm going to go lay down. And when I come down, I will get some lunch for everybody, or a snack, or whatever it was. So they were fed, they were full, they were emptied. And so I thought, okay, everything's good. And I made it very clear. I said, do not, under any circumstance, go into the kitchen. Do not go into the kitchen. You just stay right there and watch the movie for an hour. And I went upstairs and laid down. And an hour later, I came downstairs, and the movie was still going, and they were sitting on the couch, and they were cuddled in their blankets. I thought, oh, good. They did what they were told. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so relieved. Okay, so I went into the kitchen to start preparing some food. And as I walked on the floor, my feet went, they stuck. I'm like, my foot is stuck to the floor. And as I lifted my foot up off the floor, it went, like, you could hear the stickiness. I could hear it with my ears. I thought, oh my gosh, what is on this floor? And I took another step, and my foot stuck and went, like, it was like sticking on the floor. And I thought, what is this? So I did what any mother would do. You know what I'm going to say, young moms? I knelt down on the floor, and I smelt it, and I couldn't quite tell. And I stuck my tongue out, and I licked the floor. I'm like, this is pineapple juice. What in the world? How did pineapple juice get on the floor? And everywhere I walked,
exactly,
my foot stuck to the floor. Right. And I thought, what? How? I'm trying to put the pieces together. Like, what happened? So I called my 2 kids, and I said, come here. And they came over, and I said, do you guys know why this floor is sticky? No, we don't know. And I said, this floor was absolutely clean before I went upstairs. I went upstairs for an hour, and I came down, and now it is covered. There is something that's going on, and one of you or both of you knows something, and you're not telling me. And I'm going to stand here until you do. And my son said, I know why it's sticky. I said, oh, and why is that? Well, I thought I cleaned it up, but I guess I didn't. Him saying this in his, 3 or 4-year-old vocabulary. He showed me that in the fridge, there was a big Tupperware of pineapple with some juice in it. And he said, I went into the kitchen, and I got the Tupperware pineapple, and I opened it to get some pineapple, and it spilled and went everywhere. And I hurried and picked up all the pieces of pineapple. And then he showed me, he said, I got a paper towel and I cleaned up all of the mess and put the lid on and put it in the fridge. So it didn't look like there was anything wrong. Well, you as anybody older than 4 years old knows that if you have pineapple juice and you take a paper towel and you soak up the pineapple juice, you're not actually cleaning the pineapple juice. You're just making it look like there's no pineapple juice. And so I looked at him, and here's where the compassion comes in. And I hope that you can hear it. I said, that's a good thing that you told me that what you have done, and you didn't clean it up. You didn't actually clean it up, and that was dishonest. So I'm telling him the truth. You said you would not go into the kitchen, and you did. I told you under no circumstance are you to get off the couch, and you did. And I told you I would be feeding you as soon as I come down, and you felt entitled to go take. You felt entitled to take what was in the fridge and eat it. And then you made a mess. And then you tried hiding it by lying.
There's also this other disturbing clip where one of her daughters needs to go to the emergency room, and she starts vlogging about that she's been delaying taking her to the emergency room. She said she took an hour-long shower and that she was cleaning the bathroom. This is just another example of neglect.
I have been stalling in my bathroom. I took an hour-long shower and just cleaned in the shower. I think my family's having church right now in the family room, and I'm like stalling. I'm cleaning the sink, I'm cleaning the countertops, mopping the floor. I'm stalling. I think Kevin and I are going to take Sherry to the emergency room.
You guys, this woman is horrible. This woman is terrible. And we cannot stand for that dad, for Kevin Franke, getting these kids. There is no way, because he was there when all of this was happening.
Okay, I do want to give you a little bit of an update about the dad. Like I said, it has came out. The lawyer has spoke. I'll show you guys in a minute. The father was trying to save his marriage, so he took the advice of Jody, the woman's house. The Jody woman was the one where the child was taped up and locked up at. That the Jody lady actually told that father to get another home, move out of the house, even the older boy, that would save their marriage. But in return, Ruby ended up moving in with that Jody woman, and they were abusing the children and starving them even more. This is a very sensitive subject, guys, and it gets worse. But right here is Ruby's sisters, who kind of, there's no excuse. They witnessed this. But I do have to say, CPS was called several times by viewers. And CPS did, in my opinion, kind of fail these kids. Having church in a family room before they go to the ER. Yeah. Hey, country girl. Now, this is Ruby's sister. I want y'all to see what her reaction is to this.
News articles on my sister, Ruby, from the 8 Passengers. And my sisters and I, we are on the very same page. We put out a message. You can read that on Instagram. And for the last 3 years, we have truly clung on to each other and offering support to one another. And I don't think any of us could have ever seen this coming. We all did as much as we could legally, and you don't know what you don't know. I do feel a little bit numb at this point. The only thing that we ultimately care about is that our nieces and nephews are safe, and they are. And that is the only thing that matters to any of us. It is going to feel weird for me to move forward. And I think, do I just move forward?
Just take it a day at a time. Who knows what anything
they literally need permission from other people.
Has in store, but we just know right now that those kids are
safe. I don't have any thoughts even for myself. I don't know what I would even tell myself, let alone tell all of you. I think times like these is where it really tests your your belief in God. And I know that timing is everything. And I know that they will be taken care of. I know the kids will be okay. And I know our family will be okay. And things like this happen. And somehow we each find a way to move forward. No matter what situation you're finding yourself in, the sun rises every day, the sun sets every day. And each day you move forward. That's all you can do.
It doesn't really seem like they were trying much. It kind of came off like she wanted.
I do want to show you a little more before I actually show you the footage of the police coming and getting Ruby. Now, at this point, when the little boy in the 911 call actually called, after that, the mother was nowhere to be found. He was home with his two siblings. Well, he wasn't home. He was at the Jody's house, and he ran away from Jody's house. But I do want to show you, hang on, I got to pull this back up. I want to show you some more of the abuse that went on before we go into the details of the parents. The kids are actually in foster homes. They did mention foster homes. And so the father does get to see the kids supervise visitation, but they are currently in foster homes, and Jody and Ruby, both of them are in jail. So I want to show you some more that was going on here. There's the little boy. This little boy right here, this one is the one that was abused. Oh, wait, I didn't bring it up. Hang on. This little boy right here is the one that was abused. This is the one that was tied up. This is the one that saved his family's life. He's the one that escaped and ran to the neighbor's house. Now, I'm going to play the 911 call again, okay? Here we go.
His ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them. I think there's a good chance he's been... Oh, and he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
I'm sure you guys are caught up on the situation with Ruby Franke, where her 12-year-old son, Russell Franke, escaped from her podcaster BFF's house, went to a neighbor's house a couple houses down the street, asking for water and for him to call the police with duct tape on his legs and wrists. The 911 audio call from that neighbor has just been released, and I just listened to it, and it is the most heartbreaking thing that I have heard in a long time. It hits different hearing the neighbor's reaction to what he could see on this child.
Okay, guys, we heard some of it. Let's listen to some more of it.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
Okay.
One of the things that immediately stood out to me was when he says that we know that there's been problems at this neighbor's house before, because this is not Ruby Franke's home. We know at Ruby Franke's house that neighbors have called CPS and have complained about, seeing the children doing yard work out in the yard in 100+ degree weather, or her younger daughter, Eve, wandering about the neighborhood. We know that they've contacted CPS before, but this was Jody Hildebrandt's neighborhood. So I'm curious what the problems are that he's seen at.
That's true. I'd say more than likely that Jody Hildemore was insane. Let's go on. Let's continue on here with what's going on here.
Him to call the police.
Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
This is Ruby. Mother.
And he asked us to call the police. So he's very afraid.
So you know that Russell was in such a bad place that he went up an entire block to get to this neighbor's house with duct tape on his legs, asking him to call the police. That's something that for a child to do, you have to be extremely brave, especially if you're already in this terrifying situation where an adult has put you in this position and you're escaping to get help.
I want to say this much before we start. This was a YouTube influencer called A something. I forgot in my mind. But she had 2.5 million subscribers. Now, this is the perfect little family photo that they perceived. And this is their children. Their 6 children. So I want to show you all this.
Are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. We are homes far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out to the
photos.
He says you just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street. Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked.
That's Jody there.
Just under the block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Was the counselor there?
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty and.
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct tape around each ankle.
He goes on to say that he has duct tape around his ankles and that there's sores around him. And at this point, it doesn't seem that he's noticed.
I want y'all to hear the rest of it. Here we go. This is her and Jody, the influencer.
Yeah, there's sores around him. I think there's a good chance he's been. And he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy.
Home alone with this lady. Mother nowhere to be found.
This kid has obviously been. I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
When he starts saying that he's detained and that he's covered in wounds, you can hear him holding back tears. You can also hear what's probably his wife in the background and her reaction to the situation. And later on, you even hear little Russell. Probably a good idea.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
His reaction after he realizes the intensity of the wounds on this child is extremely hard to listen to. Russell goes on to say in the audio that he doesn't know where his mom is, but he knows where his dad is.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Where his dad is.
I haven't asked him that. Yeah. You know where your mommy is?
I really got you.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. No. Nowhere.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to. He says he knows where his mom is, but
he doesn't know where his dad is.
That's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He doesn't live.
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay.
Exactly. She would not been able to see
Is his mom
we're getting. Is your mom around here? Have you seen her lately?
My husband let this go on. He had to.
He doesn't know where she is right now.
Does he know his mom's name?
What's your mom's name? Ruby Franke. Ruby Franke is his mom's name.
Okay. How do you spell the last name?
Franke.
Franke.
Okay. And does she live in the area?
No, I'm not sure where she lives. He's trying to help us, but he's.
That's okay.
So she was.
We don't want to stress him out too much. The officers will go over all these questions with him anyway. I just want to stay on the phone with you until we get some help there, okay?
Russell also says that there are 2 other children that are at the house that are ages 10 and 14, and
I'm gonna
answers with how old his siblings were. He asks what the date is. So it makes me wonder how long he was being held in there, if he needed to know what the date was, like almost as if he wanted to know if a birthday had passed before he told them what ages his siblings were.
Can you ask him if any other children were in the home he came from?
Okay. Was there any other kids up at Jody's house? Anybody else? No. How was? Yeah, this is the 30th of, or excuse me, the 29th of August.
It'll be the 30th of August.
10 and 14, and they're still at this house.
Are they tied up as well?
What's the deal with? Are they being held? Do they have wounds on them as well?
Nothing bad going on with us.
Okay. Okay. So they're able to walk around the house and everything. Well, okay. He says everything's fine with them.
And then the neighbor says that Russell said that what happened to him was his fault.
Grain of salt.
I want to see if it shows. We've listened to the 911 call. I want to see if it shows where she loses this little girl right here in the store.
They should just be pulling up now.
Instead of looking for her, she just keeps on shopping. And this little girl's running around in the store and she has no idea where she's at. Like they said that this little girl was running around the neighborhood, knocking on doors, and Ruby wasn't even looking for her.
When they're with you, okay?
Will do. You did good.
Only like
enjoy that banana.
3 or 4.
Okay?
These 2 right here are the.
Yeah, he
did the right thing.
He might be waiting for his partner. I'm not sure.
The neighbor asks Russell if Jody's at the house right now, and Russell says that she is. So he starts, talking about how they need to hurry because she might end up coming to look for him and that she's a very bad lady.
Is Jody up there right now? Yeah. Okay. Jody Hildebrand is up there right now.
Okay.
So she may come looking for him here soon, but she's not gonna, obviously. I think we need the cops here as soon as possible.
I'm just asking where he is now.
Yeah, she's a.
I'll tell you this right here. I'm going to tell you this right here. If she was to walk up to me, if my neighbor's kid was in that kind of shape, and that lady was to come try to get that kid from me, she would have had a fight. I would have not let her near that family. But the problem is, this woman was exploiting her children. Not only was she putting their personal life and all their personal things on YouTube, like she would stop during an emergency to vlog. And a lot of these YouTubers that's family oriented, they will do stuff like that. Now I'm not for sure if she's the one that accidentally posted a video with her son being upset about their dog, but he wasn't crying enough. So she told him that he needed to cry more. She forgot that she didn't edit that out, and it actually showed her making that little boy cry. And I think it was her. I'm not 100% sure, but I do want to show y'all some more. We've heard the 911 calls. There's also more about, hang on. People are sending me stuff. Hang on. Hang on. some more here I want to show you guys of actually what she's done. Hang on. Send me this one here of her. And then I'm going to, this is lawn crime. So I'm going to have to steal that link and put it out here to give them some credit. Hang on just a 1 second. Let me pull that one up. Take that one down. And I'll pull it back up. But yeah, this woman was not only exploiting her children, she was making money off these babies, and then she was starving them and taking their food and doing corporal punishment on these children. This is credits to Law and Crime. Hang on. I don't know if I'll get a copyright on it or not. I hope not. So this is actually the police comes to find out what's going on.
I'm looking for Pam. Is Pam in today?
Yeah, that's my wife.
Is your wife? She's here. Hello, Pam. How are you doing?
Good.
I'm Officer Hawkins, American Forces Department. So we had a agency assist out of St. George and Springville that we're just looking for. Okay. When you picked her up, what was the case? Did somebody ask you to pick her up, or did you just pick her up? What was going on?
Well, I'm having guests coming, and she came and did some cleaning for me.
Good night, Diamond.
Some cleaning for you?
You work right now in the house.
In the living room, right there.
Okay, great. We're gonna have both of you come out here then.
If you can, just for a second, we just have to go over some stuff.
You have a warrant?
Yeah, we do.
Let me see it, please.
So it's in my car, but right now my concern is.
Will you just tell them you're all right?
Well, we have to physically see her.
Come to the doorway.
We'll go ahead and get the copy of the warrant for you, okay?
You have a warrant for my house?
Specifically for you.
For you and the child.
Yeah. Okay. So
what is going on?
As of right now, I'll just need you to give your phone to your husband. Okay. And as of this moment, you're going to be detained right now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So is there anything on you?
No.
Okay, perfect. Just put your hands in front of you, okay? Just gonna place you temporarily under
wait.
I'll explain to you that
What are you guys doing?
I've explained this already. I'm being
That's,
as courteous as I can.
Okay, well, I'm gonna call an attorney.
That's fine.
I don't know what's I don't even know what this is all about.
Okay. So I'm
Put
gonna
my
explain
wife
to you when we
in
get to the car.
handcuffs and-
Yes. I just explained to you that you're being detained right now. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk you to my car, okay? I need this officer to stay with your husband, and I'm gonna explain everything to you when we get there, okay? So are you familiar with any officers in Springville?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Do you have siblings or kids in St. George?
Well, I have a married daughter,
Okay. What's her name?
Stacy.
Okay. Do you know of any issues that they just went through today?
No, do you?
Yes, I do. So that's why I'm trying to figure out. So we were requested by St. George and Springville Police to make contact here with the residents is here, then to detain you currently until questions are answered. Okay.
What kind of questions?
So I'm going to call the main officers from Springville, and that's what I'm going to tell them that I have you detained, and he can question you from now. Does that make sense? So now you know pretty much as I do. Okay. So I'm going to call him, and we're just going to go from there. Okay. I'm going off what you're saying. I'm going off what they're saying. I don't know what's the truth. I know that she's here. I don't know if she came willingly or not.
Can't you ask her?
That's what we're about to do.
Okay.
But as of right now, that's why I separated you, because I want the truth. I don't want coercion. I don't want her being felt like she has to say stuff.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you in there. We're going to drive back to the front so you can hang out right in front of your house. Okay?
Okay.
Public safety.
How's it going? This is Officer Hawkins with our police department. How you doing?
Hi, good. How are you doing?
Good. So I just want to get some IWs on this case I had. So I made contact. I have Pam in the backseat of my car detained, and I'm in the house.
In the house?
Yep.
Okay, we've got a unit that's going to be heading over. Let me find out who it is, okay?
Yeah. Her parents were in the situation of a child abuse allegation.
Okay.
DCFS made the report and went to the house and found children malnourished and locked in a safe. Okay?
In a safe?
In a safe. Okay. So now those officers and DCFS have taken custody of those children, and we're looking for this one. The rec center, when they went to go find her, said that you picked her up.
Yeah.
So now they are trying to figure out
why
you picked her up, what you know with her. Is she okay? Did she come here willingly? All that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, they
so
can
as
ask
soon
her
as they
that.
come here,
Yeah.
we'll be on our way.
Okay.
Okay. That's why I said you're just detained. You're not placed under arrest just right now until they figure out what's going on with their part.
Hey, Kareem.
Okay.
Okay.
So as long as she's not tied up and bound because you
I did make her scrub.
Do something, you
I
know?
did make her scrub the floor, and they vacuumed and stuff because I have company coming tonight from Costa Rica.
Wow.
So, but she did it of her own free will. We had lunch.
Yeah.
We went to Rolly's farm and had ice cream.
Those children are, I don't know the full details of how mistreated or how malnourished those children are.
Okay.
All I know is that's the words and treatment that they used.
Yeah.
Which means that they are severely concerned of her well-being
Okay.
and every child that's in that home.
Okay. So they'll just have to talk to her and
Because there has been, I've been a part of many DCFS cases where as soon as the parents are hooked up, kids are taken. If there's any kids that aren't in the home immediately when the kids are taken, guess what? They're scurrying around. Other family members are picking them up that way. The parent can come back and grab them before DCFS takes them.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, you may be a good person, but there's a lot of people in this world that aren't.
Right. Well, if DCFS is supposed to take her, then they can take her. I mean, I'm not going to try to fight that. I mean,
Well, that's what they're going to come talk to you about. They left already, so they should be here in the next 10, 15 minutes. But Springville just left as I got off the phone with him. So he's probably going to be about 20.
DCFS or whatever it is coming.
Yeah, so DCFS will come for their part first, and then the detective.
So they're just
Munford
going
is
to ask
coming
her if
to
she
talk to you.
came willingly to my house and
And I
everything
think
is okay.
And she has to be taken into state custody.
Oh, she does. Okay.
Because I think her parents are arrested.
Okay. So I'm just wondering why they don't want.
Maybe they are.
No, I have her. She's in my house.
She's in here?
Yeah.
I didn't get told. When they get here asking that.
The lady came out the kids. I wonder if she knew that those kids were being taken on.
I'm going to go brief her husband so he's not worried about you.
That's
So her
good.
parents today were under investigation for a child abuse, child neglect. DCFS went to the home with the Springfield Police Department and found children in the basement malnourished and locked in safe. Today. Yeah. Now, DCFS tried finding all the kids that were involved, and one of them was. We don't know where she's at. Okay. Calls the rec center. The rec center says that and picked her up. Unknown if she went willingly or forced. I'm not saying Pam forced her. I already told her that. So we don't know. But what DCFS wants to do is they have a warrant to pick her up and take her into state custody because her parents were arrested. Now,
her parents were arrested.
Yes. So that's why
her mom was on her way to St. George.
That was the whole thing. It happened in St. George, came up to Springville got involved, and it's traced all its way back to us somehow. I don't know how you guys are involved, you and Pam.
Pam's her friend, Ruby's friend. Her husband, Kevin, or somebody, I've met him a couple times. I don't even know. So Pam, since her mom was on the way to visit.
I think it was too, Mommy.
Since her mom was on the way to St. George, when Pam said, I'll pick up the girls and I need some help in it. And so she said, Ruby said they can come over and help. And so they've been helping clean. We have a guest coming from Costa Rica tonight. And you know, they just help clean, they clean floors, they clean all kinds of stuff. I don't know. So that's the reason we're involved with this right now, just because Pam went over and Ruby knew that she was coming over and getting the girls, and she got the girls.
So I told Pam as much as I knew from Springfield and how much as I knew from St. George. That was what I was informed to. Come here, locate Pam inside the residence to retain and hold on to Pam until Springfield DCFS came in.
Well, what was for just a second? What was these people doing? Just passing these kids around, making these kids clean their freaking house and stuff? Like they were using these little children as personal slaves. As personal freaking slaves. That's sad. That's ridiculous. I didn't know it was in connection of what we just watched. Yes, I think this woman is actually the grandmother of these kids. They went and picked up the two older kids and had them clean the house and stuff. So, and I wonder, did y'all notice that she volunteered the information that she fed the kids and gave them ice cream? She volunteered. Thank you, Tams, for sending me that. She volunteered information that she fed those kids. She knows. She knows.
You know what detectives want with you guys, but detectives want to talk to Pam. And DCFS wants to pick up.
Not the grandma, but a friend.
I know you guys are probably good people, but there's a lot of people out there that aren't.
Okay, so she got you around here, and then you went and picked up both of them. Were they both in Springville? Or were was that Ace? But what Ace was that?
I don't know, maybe the address. I don't know. It's somewhere like south.
Spanish Fork?
Yeah, I mean, no, not Spanish Fork.
East
It's past Spanish Fork.
Santa Clara?
We went to the Rollies barn right after I picked her up.
Okay, it's probably Santa Clara.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
almost an e-car type area.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Molly Go Heavier and them said it's not the grandmother, it's Ruby's friend. She went and picked up them two girls. I bet she knew. She took them kids home just so they could clean their freaking house for them and then bragged about taking them out to eat. This woman is a part of it. I agree with you, Molly. I think she's a part, and I do think it's a cult. They are taking these children and using these children as slaves. It's horrible. She says it in a minute when the CPS came. Okay, I'll show it. I just wanted to make that point. I'm mad. Makes me mad. These people, ooh.
And she was at the Ace. And did you call both the girls and say, "Hey, your mom told me to come get you"?
No.
Okay. How did you contact them to know where they were at?
I just went to the pool and said, hey, they have a family emergency. Can I pick up? I said, sure. So I said, family emergency.
Oh.
Your mom said you could come help me clean today. She said, okay.
Okay. And what else? How did you get contact to pick her up?
Ruby just told me she'd be at the Ace Hardware.
Oh, okay. So Ruby told you where to both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they've been here all day. We went to Rolly's farm and got Rolly's Red Barn and got ice cream at the Red Barn. And then we came here and we scrubbed the floors and vacuumed and made lunch at BLT's, and we're gonna go pick tomatoes and make salsa tonight.
Okay.
So that's kind of what we were doing tonight.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm understanding all this correctly, Ruby contacted you around noon. So that they had
Yeah, around it. I don't know if that's exact.
That's your best guess.
Said she had a family emergency.
And you need to pick up the girls.
Yeah, she said, would you mind watching the girls while I'm gone? Because she was leaving. I said, yeah, I can do that because I need some help cleaning.
Okay, and then did you say to bring them to your house for today and then take it back home tonight, or to keep them here for a couple days?
She didn't say. I was just planning on bringing them home tonight.
Okay. And she also. Right there. Okay. And did you pick up first then?
Mm-hmm.
And then you went.
Poor kids. Nobody had to clean your house.
And then they've been here, besides going to that Rolly's Red Barn, they've been here the whole time.
And you guys have been cleaning it?
Yeah, go smell my house. It smells great. Yeah, we had lunch. We just finished cleaning, and I said, okay, what do you guys want to do now? I said, gotta go pick the tomatoes once it gets cool, and then we'll learn. They wanted to learn how to make salsa, so I said, okay, we can do that. I said, let's just take a break for a minute, and that's when pounding on the door. We opened the door right up. He said, ask for me. I came right out, and then you asked, come out here, and then like I said, I told him, what? And he said, well, we're not concerned. I said, well, okay, well, she's in the house, and then I don't know what you did. You went to the house and asked for her to.
Yeah. That was because information was slowly getting trickled to him. I don't think he knew about it.
Initial pad notes just said located.
Yeah. So that's what happened. We've been at home cleaning this whole time and dusting and and then they were going to pick tomatoes and make salsa and then take them home.
Okay. So this is
Yeah.
He got a call from Ruby this morning.
I don't know exactly.
She asked.
Lily, you know that shop?
Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, sounds like they were just passing these kids around to be slaves. In my opinion, they were passing these children around to be slaves. And she keeps repeating that she fed those kids. Like, she knows them kids has not been able to eat. I don't know. Here we go. ECS.
Give them the locations of where they both would be at, and just send family mercy downstairs door and lots of girls. And she said, okay, so she would have thought that when they came back here, and they've been cleaning.
I just have house guests coming tonight, so I said, yeah, that'd be great. Can they come clean? She said, yeah, they'd love to do that. So.
So.
And then we went to the Rolly's Red Barn, got ice cream on because they'd never been there before. I said, right, you haven't been to Rolly's Red Barn. Have you guys been to Rolly's Red Barn? Yeah. So we were there and got ice creams, and they bought some things, and then we came straight here. Where did you have lunch?
Where did you pick them up from?
The Springville swimming pool.
Oh, I think you guys might be understanding.
Well,
no, I said Ace Hardware.
Where at?
In Santa Clara.
In Santa Clara. Does she work there, or what was she doing there?
I don't know. She just said.
Ruby gave her
Ruby just said she'll be at. Okay, so we picked up and I was the Rolly's Red Barn. So let's stop here. Came home. I said, okay, you guys, can you clean the downstairs? And I'll start vacuuming upstairs. And worked for like, I don't know, a couple hours. And then, oh no, we had lunch first. And then we did the cleaning. And then we were just sitting down. We just finished cleaning. We were just sitting down when we got the knock on the door. And I came right out and got, just did whatever he told me to do.
They were cooperative. Yeah.
Any questions for her?
I really think I've done. Well,
Have
you ever had anything like this happen before where you picked up the
No.
girls?
Oh,
Like, hey, we need you to watch the girls.
No, everything else has been so like they wanted to learn how to make jam, and so they had a whole bunch of strawberries and raspberries, so I went down there, things like that. But so I have interacted with them and we've done stuff, but it's usually to make jam or learn how to sew or do something, or like someone has a play or something, we go to see it or something, but not, they have come to my house before and done house meeting and stuff like that.
Okay. How did you start to know the family? How did you meet?
The Franke family?
Yeah.
Through a program called Connections.
Okay.
It's a kind of a
There it is. Connections.
Okay. So tell me more about like when you first met them through the program, or not really know what the program is.
She was a coach.
Okay. What type of things do they do with the program?
It's like life skills, like learning how to, it's like be honest, responsible, and humble. Those are those 3 pillars of their program.
Is there like a meeting place where you guys met, or is it kind of a
No,
virtual thing?
it's online every Saturday morning. It's called Empowering Joy.
Okay. How long have you known them for?
Oh, geez.
Ish.
Probably, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, I didn't know her really well because she was in the program, but I didn't really know her. But I've known her probably really well, maybe 3 years.
Is this like a program that she started, or is it just one that she?
She's just a part of it.
She's just part of it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Well,
Call me if you want
We
any
appreciate you cooperating with us.
information.
Yeah. So, and like they explained before, the whole handcuffs and everything is just because we don't know really what's going on. We don't know who you are, and so.
You have to. DCS does have a hard job, so they're taking the kids there. Those are the children.
How many of us are?
That must be the teenage daughters. The other 2 children. Very sad. Very, very sad. I think she's the one that actually took care of the girl, the baby, big sister that stepped up and was taking care of the little ones until I don't even know where they were staying at. They must be having a private conversation between. That's the young girl. I feel bad for her. I really do. I feel really bad. I'm going to bring up another one too. Hang on, you guys. I'll be right back. I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Intermission, intermission. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Hey, Rain Girl. So I'm going to take this down and bring up another video. Hang on just a second. Let's see. Is this thing here? Okay, that was one. Here is a. Okay. This is actually a news station from Salt Lake City. We're going to bring that up. Okay. We'll take this one down and bring that one up. I hope I don't get a copyright on all this stuff. You never know. So, let me see.
Fork Police shows how officers were able to locate two of Ruby Franke's children on the day of her arrest in southern Utah. From our previous reporting, we were the very first to tell you how officers scoured Utah County that day looking for two of Ruby Franke's children after the other two were located in southern Utah in or near Jody Hildebrand's Ivan's home, malnourished and emaciated. The video we're about to show you is from the home of a third member of Hildebrand's business. It's called Connections Classroom. Although American Fork Police.
Okay, so I want to. Now, it sounds like the two smaller children were the ones, and this may actually be the same video that we watched. Looks like it is. Yeah, this is the same video that we watched a while ago. Sorry about that, you guys. Let me go and bring up another one that I shared. Thank you, Tams, for sending me that. That was. Now, let me go back to my page where I saved this. And this is actually what's going on now. We will be covering more of this case as we get to know. She is currently like, this is Court TV here. Which I know that I can do. Most of Court's TVs they let you do their thing. So let me pull this up. Let me put the link out for Court TV. And this is actually the father's attorney that is talking in here and kind of letting them know what's going on. Now, this was released not too long ago, probably about an hour ago. This was actually released. Hang on just a second. Just a second. Let me pull it up. Court TV has some really good stuff on her as well. She makes these kids clean with ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they do.
Franke was a YouTube star, a momfluencer who put herself, her family, and her parenting techniques on the internet for the world to see on her 8 Passengers YouTube channel. And millions watched. She gained many fans. But as her popularity grew, so did her number of critics who did not agree with her controversial parenting skills. Then her YouTube channel disappeared, and then drama surrounding her family blew up. The status of her marriage came into question, and her children started growing into adulthood. Then things got drastically real for Ruby as she was arrested on child abuse charges. At the time of the arrest, Ruby was separated from her husband and living with her children at the home of Jody Hildebrand, who was doing.
Okay, so that is the woman that was home that day when the little boy escaped and ran to the neighbor's house. Yes, this is credit to Court TV. I do have to stop this ever so often because of copyright, but I don't know if there was a relationship going on between those two or what. But this woman here, the heavier set one, Jody, encouraged Ruby the husband to move out of the home in a way to try to save their marriage. So you'll hear here in a minute. This is crazy. These people are insane.
Doing a podcast with Ruby about parenting and relationships. Jody has also been charged with abusing Ruby's children, and tonight we'll take a closer look at the relationship between Ruby and her estranged husband, Kevin, Kevin's relationship with the children, and Ruby's relationship with her co-defendant, Jody, as we continue our investigation into the shocking world of Ruby Franke. I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Argument.
Okay, so I'm gonna go a little bit farther with this because he kind of.
Now, let's get to another part of this story, because she's not a single mom. She has a husband, or maybe had a husband, because now we're in the middle of one divorce.
Yeah, he is.
From Kevin Franke, who was featured in some of these videos. But something happened between them, and there's a split. And what exactly is their relationship like? What is the relationship?
Okay, I'm going to skip over to his attorney. Okay.
Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrand start working together on a self-improvement program called Connections. In August, Ruby and Kevin Franke separate. August of 2022. Kevin moves out of the house. September, the eldest daughter, Shari, requests a welfare check and tells police she's concerned that her sisters and brother are being left home alone for long periods and wanted to make sure they had enough food. This is going back again to 2022. Then in 2023, Ruby and the kids move into Jody Hildebrand's home in Ivins, Utah. August 30th, Hildebrand's neighbors call 911 when one of Ruby's children escapes from the house with wounds and bindings. Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrand are arrested and charged with child abuse. September 1st, Kevin Franke alleged that his eldest daughter, Shari, had broken into the family's Springville home. And on November 29th, Kevin Franke files for divorce. So a lot has happened to this family. Like I said at the top, this is incredibly tragic for the family, especially a family with 6 children. But let's try to get a little more.
Let's get to the attorney.
You're welcome. Thanks for the invitation.
Let's begin here. I look at what happened to this family as being incredibly sad and tragic. How would you describe where your client is emotionally right now as we sit here after he is now filed for divorce?
This is
with everything that has happened so publicly with his family.
Well, I would describe it as he's kind of been through the perfect storm. I mean, whatever could happen to he and his family, it seems like has happened. Absent any kind of death or serious injury to any of them other than Russell. But having said that, yeah, he's still, he was just shocked to find out what had happened to his kids while they're in Ivins with Mom and Jody. And that was on top of him already sort of being traumatized by being instructed by Jody, who he thought was his very professional mental health professional, advising him to stay away from his family and isolate himself from even his extended family, siblings, parents, and most specifically, stay away from his kids and stay away from his wife, Ruby, not come home and only speak to Ruby when she asked to speak to him, which ended up being 3 or 4 times a year in that year, and then to find out that he'd just simply been misled, was being told everything was blissful at home. So imagine his shock and dismay and surprise when he hears on the news about the goings on in Ivins and the injuries and damages to his children.
Okay, this is shocking to say the least. So let's back it up a little bit. So Ruby and Kevin running this successful YouTube channel. Ruby, I guess, is really the one sort of spearheading the whole thing. They get some public criticism. When does there begin to be problems in the home where they seek this counseling? What is going on?
Well, it would be prior to their separation, but Kevin and one of their other children, who's now an adult, were also seeking advice and help from Jody through Ruby, who was advising them on how to improve their marriage and how to get their family back together. But part of that advice was, ironically, well, Kevin, you need to stay separate and apart, even to the extent that when their oldest son, who is now 19, actually moved in with Kevin to begin with in a separate apartment from the marital home, and was advised by Jody and by Ruby that he couldn't be there together with his dad. They had to isolate from one another. They'd just simply be poisoning one another. And Chad thus had to move out, get his own place to live.
So they're having some issues. Couples across America all have issues. So Jody Hildebrandt is brought in as the counselor to help the family. And what she's advising this family to do is for the dad and the husband to literally become estranged from his wife and pretty much estranged from his family. That was her advice and her instructions on how to fix the family.
Kevin loved his family a great deal, and he loved his wife a great deal. He did not want to be separated from them. He did not want to be apart from them. I mean, even to the point of not being able to speak to them. But he was persuaded by Jody, who came as a trusted and upright professional to him, telling him, look, I've seen this before. This is the way you got to do this. You'll make your family a lot more wholesome. You'll get them back together. They'll all be more healthy if you isolate yourself and from, again, pretty much everyone in his life. His communication was limited to people at work. And
I want to say, watch this video. She is exploiting this little boy. Listen, what little 10-year-old boy wants their mom to see, wants to be on social media crying? Why is this baby crying, and why is she exploiting it? She seems to be enjoying the fact that this little boy is crying. Like, she wants him to cry. That brings more views. Sickening.
To people in these men in these men's meetings that Jody orchestrated, and even at work. Of course, he was reluctant to talk about his personal problems with anyone at work, so he just really was a social isolate.
Recordings just got better.
Hang on, guys.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to...
Hang on, you know. There we go.
Say I'm 10,000% surprised, but I had another guest on this program previously when we talked about this story who had the same exact situation with Jody Hildebrandt and sort of explained what happened. So this is what's happening to this family. So there's once they're separated, how often does he see his children? Who's living in the family's home?
So, yeah, she took advantage. He was very vulnerable, but increasingly desperate to get back with his family. So was just doing what she told him. He was living by himself in a small apartment, and Ruby and the children were all living in their quite large home in Springville. His communication with his children was zip. His communication with Ruby was only at her discretion, which again ended up being...
This guy right here, I'm sorry, but that's not an excuse. This is his attorney trying to get him out of this, but there's no way that he did not know that those kids were going through that. He lived with this crazy woman. He knew her extreme. I think that her and Jody were two of the same extremists. She enjoyed seeing her children suffer. She got a thrill out of making them starve. She enjoyed, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, she enjoyed hurting these kids, and she didn't give a hoot's butt about these kids, because I've seen more videos, and I'll be bringing more of that to you guys as we go on with this case, of her not even caring about those kids. And like, her daughter was sick at school and she didn't even go get her daughter. She waited to the last minute. She wanted to make a blog before she went and got her daughter. Then she filmed her daughter being sick. there's some things that's off limits, and that is one thing that is off limits. Like, these kids need privacy. These poor kids.
Being maybe once every 2 or 3 months at the most.
And is there any, what prompted the move from that house to Jody Hildebrand's house? Have you been able to find that out?
You know what? We don't know. Kevin was shocked when he found out through the news, and of course he got a desperate phone call from Ruby on the day that she was being arrested, suggesting that he needed to come to Ivan's and get the kids, and he didn't even know they were there. So there was no discussion about her moving the kids to Ivan's with Jody. No discussion whatsoever with Kevin. He assumed they were still at the Springville home the entire summer, when in fact they weren't.
My opinion is she was bad when she was living with her husband, but in my opinion, these two together were monsters to those kids. Very sadistic, yes. Yes, they were monsters to this babies. And this woman over here, I don't know if there's some kind of relationship going on between these two. Why she moved in with this woman, why this woman told her husband. The husband should have stood up for his family. He knew how this woman disciplined her children anyway, and he left those kids in the mercy of this crazy woman. And that's my opinion.
So at this point, so the arrest happens. From that point forward, what's happening with Kevin and his relationship with his children, who he hasn't really had contact with?
Well, he's been pretty much both. He and Ruby have been subject to the jurisdiction of the juvenile court, as are the kids. The kids were, after these horrendous events, that all 4 of the minor children were taken into state's custody, and the state made placement for them in homes where they would be safe and isolated from Ruby and Jody. And then during the course of the proceedings, it's been allowed by Kevin to be able to reestablish his relationship with the children. He's been seeing them. He was able to have Thanksgiving with them. He himself is under professional care. He's seeking to sort of, as I continue to say, get out of the fog that Jody put this entire family into.
Now,
and, as I understand it, the
he
children
is an adult man. That was blaming it on Jody, which he's an adult man. He should have looked over his feelings for that nutcake of a wife that he had, in my opinion, and thought about his children. But he chose to take advice of this crazy woman and move out of the house because he probably didn't want to deal with the Ruby woman anyway. I think that's a cop-out. I'm sorry. I think it's a cop-out that his attorney's trying for, to keep him from getting in trouble for neglecting his children too. But he was not living in the household, so they really can't say that he's at fault because he wasn't living at the house. But I still think he should own up to some responsibilities.
Are also undergoing professional therapy and care in an effort to reunite this family with Kevin.
At any point, did Jody come to the house for the counseling? Did she live in the house when Kevin and Ruby were there together during the course of this counseling?
It's my understanding there was a short period of time when she did in fact live with others, and then also came and lived with Kevin and Ruby for, I probably better not guess, but I know it was approximately a month or maybe a little more.
And this is all counseling. She's getting paid for this, right?
Correct.
And any idea how Kevin and Ruby got connected with Jody as a counselor?
They were introduced to her by a mutual friend who recommended her as being this exceptional mental health provider. And it was recommended that they take her advice and visit with her. And like I said, it wasn't just them. It was their son also, who's now an adult, who was receiving therapy and counseling from her.
So now the divorce, you filed for the divorce. Kevin has filed for the divorce.
Correct.
What does he want to see happen to Jody, to Ruby, and the children? What would he like to see the outcome be for everyone involved here?
Well, he's already reestablished an incredibly good relationship with his two older children, who are, I think, 20 or 21 and 19. They already talk every day. They see each other frequently, and so it's his hope that, and I think the court's sort of trending this way, that he'll eventually have all the children back in his home with him raising them as their father. And
I want to say thank you to Sleuth Fairy. We love you, Daisy. Please don't say my name. I won't say your name. Where's my bell? Thank you, Sleuth Fairy. Thank you for that PayPal. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. God bless you, Sleuth Fairy. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I had to shout out. Thank you, Sleuth Fairy. Yeah.
be able to have all the family together. I think it's pretty conclusive that that mom isn't going to have much, if any, rights at all to the kids. Certainly couldn't have custody, because I think it's anticipated she's going to be spending some time incarcerated. So
yeah,
big picture is we think the kids are all going to be back with dad. He's going to take care of them. He's going to raise them in the family home. And whatever the courts do with mom is certainly what they're going to do.
Does he blame Ruby? Does he blame Jody? Does he blame both of them?
He blames Jody, and to some degree, he certainly blames mom, because she didn't just get sucked in. She was a total participant in a lot of this. And so yeah, so was he. That's why he's divorcing her. He thought she should have been a lot more. I mean,
he was witnessing this too. Now this is, I think if they let them children go back to this man, that this man needs to be monitored, because if he wasn't willing to step up for this woman, the mother of these children, what's to say that he wouldn't let another woman do that to his children? I think he needs to be monitored. I think he was aware of this psycho, in my opinion. She's a psycho, in my opinion. And I think that, yeah.
Being there face to face, seeing all this, he thought she should have probably taken a lot better care of their children in her care than she did.
And going all the way back to the beginning for this family, I would say the beginning of the end, when they become the 8 passengers. What are his thoughts about that whole scenario? And does he look back on that with regret? Does he feel that had anything to do with what ended up happening to his family?
He does, in fact, look back on that with some regret. There's quite a history to it. He was only a periodic participant in that. It was pretty much run by Ruby, and she wanted him to make an appearance or to be part of a photograph or a video or something showing him as a family picture, that kind of thing. He of course went along with it, but he wasn't the moving force behind 8 passengers.
Now, this whole story has been playing out very publicly, and I'm wondering if, from your perspective or Kevin's perspective, is there any misperception out in the public that you think needs to be clarified about what happened here or Kevin's role in anything?
I'll just be very candid with you. When he came to me and we spoke about his case, my first question was, where were you? When you were isolated, you were taking the advice of this person. I mean, Kevin's a bright guy. He's a very kind and loving kind of person. And my question was, why were you taking the advice of this counselor to be apart from your family? I mean, and other than providing for them financially, you weren't able to participate in their upbringing and in their discipline and in their care. And he said, Randy, I was so desperate to get back with my wife and my children, I was willing to take anyone's advice who I thought was a professional and could help me reestablish my relationship and my bond with my kids and my family and my wife. And he said, in hindsight, I was brainwashed. He said she took advantage of me. I was very vulnerable at the time because it killed me to be away from my family and my wife. But she took advantage of me. She used the professional skills that she had to manipulate me and completely take advantage and destroy my family. And he said, in hindsight, I had the same question. What was I thinking? But I know what I was thinking, and she took advantage of me.
One final question, Randy. The relationship between Jody and Ruby and the motivation of Jody to do this. Any thoughts from you or from Kevin on what's going on there?
We've discussed that thoroughly, and we can't, it's unfathomable that someone who's that smart, who has that good of a reputation in the mental health community, would do this sort of thing. It's just, no one can wrap their head around it, except that it was clearly done with some purpose and intent for whatever motivation that she may have internally and subconsciously had in her own mind. But I think that's the big irony of it. She's holding herself out to be this incredibly good, healing person and therapist.
She's a
when
monster.
In fact, she's exercising her skills to destroy families.
She's a monster, if you ask me. She's a monster in disguise. I want to bring up Ruby's daughter. Now, one of her older daughters has a YouTube channel. 8 Passengers has been taken down. This was 3 years ago. So this is the family 3 years ago. I don't know if it'll show the kids, but cute sister story. These are the girls. I think this is Ruby's daughter. Maybe not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not her. But her channel has actually been took down. So yeah, I'm gonna try to find some more video clips and stuff, and maybe we might talk about this case again. But I just wanted y'all to see that this is what happens sometimes when people get obsessed with social media and they bring their families in, and they expose their children, like children having meltdowns and crying and having an upset day or falling or being sick should not be put out on the YouTube streets. This woman, I'm going to go back and find the footage of when her daughter was deathly sick, and because she was throwing up, she made her sleep on a cold bathroom floor instead of putting her in a warm bed and making her comfortable. She did that. Like, this woman, in my opinion, she got her kicks off of making her children sad and suffering, and it looks like she let other people in that cult abuse her children as well, because that woman made those girls clean her house. And if you're going to go hang out at somebody's house, if I had a child come to my house that was not related to me and I just wanted to hang out with them, there's no way I would make them clean my house like that. That's ridiculous. It is almost like Ruby was loaning her children out to make them slaves. That's just my opinion. And good night, Lisa. I'm be praying for the family, the parents, that God will restore them to the sound mind and grace. I did want to bring this story to you guys. There will be more updates. I will, if I don't put this out on another live stream, I will be doing short videos to show you all some clips of more of what she done to her children. It's really sad. I hope these kids get justice. I hope if these children do go back in the home with their father, that they are monitored, because he let these 2 women do this to their children. And yeah, I think so too, Kate. And it's just ridiculous and uncalled for. And those poor children, I feel bad for them, They were exploited to the max. And I don't know what kind of relationship that Lori woman had, but with Ruby, but for her to move in with her and then those starving those children, if that boy wouldn't have escaped when he did, he could have very well died. Then what was she done? She'd been in jail for murder. Hey, Shauna, how are you? Yeah, here's my merch channel. If you've not actually went over and looked at my merch, there's the link to my merch. I think all of y'all probably has. Daisy well said, completely exploited. Yes, yes. If you've not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. I am going to try to bring new cases to you guys. We're going to cover other stories. We're also going to cover some more Kensington, and we're moving on and moving on with my channel. I want to bring my channel other things besides just true crime. We have our late night chit chats, guys. We always I want to get out and actually show you guys the critters on the critters farm. But I haven't had a chance to because I'm always doing stuff, and so I will try to bring some videos there. But I wanted to bring this story to you because it's sad, and it kind of opens your eyes up to some of these family bloggers and what they do. I know one family that I watched, like their daughter hit her head on something and was had been bleeding and stuff, and instead of rushing to the hospital, they picked up the camera and proceeded to film it. And I'm like, no, don't do that. No. I mean, there's a such thing as giving those kids privacy, and those kids are going to go to school, and their families are going to see, their kid friends are going to see them crying, going to see them sleeping on the floor. You seen she made him do push-ups because he left his socks outside. That's freaking extreme. That's like what my grandfather used to do to me. I mean, it's ridiculous. Starving a child? No, don't do that. That's freaking corporal punishment, in my opinion. Let children be children. Children make mistakes. That don't mean you have to starve them. Like this woman, to me, in my opinion, she was fed up with being a mother. She was fed up. She didn't care what happened to those kids. Like, I know I didn't show the video of the little girl being lost. She was like, I'm going to be upset if I don't find her in the next 30 minutes. And she continues to shop while the little girl's gone. Anybody could have took that little girl. We know nowadays, what happens with kids out in the public. And instead of going and looking for the little girl, she just continues to shop. I mean, this mom, obviously something wrong there, in my opinion. Something very, very, very wrong. And it's worse than what I've showed you guys. It's a lot worse. And this is why kids get hurt. And this is why kids pass away. And all we can do is just pray for our children out here, and the children that's being, abused and starved. And I don't think food should be a part of punishment at all. I don't think you should make a child eat everything on the plate that causes obesity. My grandfather used to make me eat everything on the plate, even if I didn't like it. If I sit by the dining table with him, and if I said one word out of the way, he would smack me so hard in the face. So I was just afraid to talk, because I remember my mother let him do it. So yeah, I didn't like my child, so I gave it away. What? Are you serious, Barilla? Well, guess what? If you didn't like your child, that's the best thing to do, is give your baby to somebody that does. It's okay, Sleuth Fairy. I mean, if you don't like your children, then giving them to somebody that does is I mean, I'm not saying it's mean. I mean, you just be honest. Give them to somebody that does. That's the best thing that you can do, you know? I think this woman got caught up in having children, and I don't know. The whole Mormon community is into this blogging stuff. They film everything: broken bones, cuts, sadness. The worst they want content. They are all Mormons, all of them cults. You might have actually been the one who told me. Somebody told me. One of you guys told me about Ruby. Because I remember you all talking about it before, and I started looking into it more and more now. A lot of the true crime community is not into it, like the smaller channels, but the bigger channels are into this Ruby Frank stuff. And so yeah, my grandpa made me eat everything, to even if I didn't like it. Yeah, mine did too. It was you, Marita? You want to come up and talk about it, Marita, or what you know about the case? I'll put a link out if you want to. How can someone not like their own child? I can't understand that. Sorry. There's a lot of people that don't, and it's sad, but they unfortunately look at Chris Watts. Look at Chris Watts. I mean, it's, let me put the link up here. I know, Laura P. That's why I got rid of him. But Chris Watts, he had it planned. I feel like him and I believe that Nicole was right in with him. I think she knew. I don't think she knew that he was going to unalive the children, but I do think that she was pushing him to leave his wife, and may possibly pushed him into unaliving her. There's Marita. What's up, Marita?
Hey, everyone.
Hey.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing okay. I decided to look into this case, and I was like,
yeah, I've been wanting you to. I brought this up to you about 2 months ago.
I know it was you then. It was telling me about it.
Yeah, she's always been crazy. I followed some of them. They're all Mormon. They're all related, and they all have vlogging channels. They live in McMansions. I'm telling you, they're making money hand over fist, exploiting their children.
Wow, that's
There's
horrible.
one family right now. It's called "This Is How We Bing Them." Now they seem like a nice family, but they vlog everything. The kid passed out the other day, Thanksgiving Day.
Wow.
And instead of worrying about the kid, they had to make sure the camera was on. The kid was like 12 years old. The boy.
See, now, my child passed out, I'd be screaming. My daughter passed out on me one time in my arms, and I was screaming to Jesus. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Because she turned pale white and just passed out. And I was like, Jesus, Jesus. And Jesus brought her back, But
they never looked into the reason. Why did this boy pass out?
Exactly.
I mean, I remember when my brother passing out on my dad, while my dad was giving him a haircut. Turned out my brother's a diabetic. He was a juvenile diabetic. He's still is, and he's 60-something. But he does a couple needles a day. And back then, and then there's another family. They're called the Tannerites or something. They have a kid that always has a headache. And I never see them take them to get, they just think it's migraines. And I'm thinking, if I had a 10-year-old boy or a 9-year-old boy, a constant headache, I would get a CAT scan.
Yeah, definitely.
They seem to worry more about content.
Yep.
And then if this Ruby has a very large family, all her sisters vlog. And
I see the
her brother-in-law vlogs. They all vlog, and they're making, I'm telling you, Daisy, the money they are making.
Oh, I know.
And
I
they
know.
all live in Utah or
Wow.
or outside of Las Vegas area. There's a large Mormon contingency there. And
Wow.
but they're all related, and they all vlog. And I think this one family, their children's lives from birth till she's, one daughter's 14 or 15 now, has all been on
Vlogged.
YouTube.
Yeah. I
And
know.
me as a person, I don't even want to, I think of my nieces and nephews or kids I know. They don't
Yeah.
want everything of their lives,
No.
you know?
Every
And
once in a while, I'll take a video of me and Bub eating out, but I don't show his face.
yeah, but that's different. A little video. You're
Yeah.
not vlogging that young man's whole life, like
No,
set
and I
your
don't
kitchen
show his
on
face
fire.
either. Yeah, I don't show his face.
Yeah. Well, they don't pixelate anything, but there's a podcaster called the Dad Challenge. He calls them all out, and I love it.
Oh yeah, they need to be called out. They need to be called
And
out.
he'll pixelate the kids' faces while he's doing these videos. And he was the first person I saw that called out 8 passengers, which was Ruby's page.
Well, social services have been called several times to go out to that home because of the things that she. Did you see the part where she called her little girl stinky because she neglected her and let her use the bathroom on herself and didn't buy?
Yeah, I remember when those things were happening in real life, like in real time, because I would watch these things. It's like a car wreck. I don't
Yeah.
know why I watched them, because they annoyed the hell out of me.
You knew.
But
Well, you knew.
gotta
That's,
look.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it made me so sad
It's
because
fun.
that's her child, and what she did to that son. And she
Awful.
wondered why the kid left at 18. I would have
I
been out
know.
of there at 17 or 16.
Well, what I want to know is what was going on with her and that Lori for her to move in with that.
I think
Yeah.
you
that's
know where
what-
I'm leaning on that.
Yeah, me
She's
too.
fighting for the other team there.
Yeah,
I think
and
they were
they
having a
those
relationship.
children. They didn't want to be bothered with those children, so they locked him in the basement. Now, the little one, I don't even think, in my opinion, this is my speculation, I don't think she cared for that little one at all.
No, I don't either. I think it was I never saw any love shown towards her.
No, the older sister took care of that little one.
And the father went after the older sister. Did you know that?
No.
When she got them kids out of the house and she wanted custody of them, and she took some things out of the house, like laptops and stuff, the father came back and sued her to get all the stuff back.
Wow.
Also, I think the oldest girl's name is Sherry.
I hope that he doesn't need those kids back.
I think he got the kids.
Well, now what I
He's
just
talking to his daughter again now.
Court TV that I just showed a while ago, they just put this out like an hour ago. So that was his attorney talking. He's still trying to get the kids.
His attorney's
full of
just
poop.
another Mormon getting lots of. I'm sorry if anybody on here is Mormon. I'm not knocking your.
Anybody that's Mormon. I mean, there's regular Christians that's bad. I mean, there's bad.
Everybody. But like I said to one of the pages one day, I did make a comment, and I usually don't. I said, how come there's no Catholic families, showing our shit? We got the worst. Our church is the worst. But there's something about that whole secrecy of the faith carries into the family. You notice if you watch those videos, when they go to church, they don't let you in. You're not allowed in a temple or a ward unless you are Mormon. Now, you can walk into, I'm sure I can walk into your church. You could walk into my church. They wouldn't even know you weren't Catholic.
Yeah.
Our church is so damn big. Catholic churches are big churches.
They're beautiful churches.
Mine's kind of modern looking. I would like it to be older, but it was built it's the second church. They knocked the first one down to make it bigger. But they are so secret. Everything is secrecy with them.
I
And
know.
it leans and it from their faith turns right over to the family.
And it's sad.
And so the family becomes secret. And they show you what they want you to see on these videos. And then that's it. You don't, they like this one family that goes to Disney every other month. I'm like, where do you get the money?
They making the bank off there.
Yeah. Then I'm thinking, a lot of them are probably getting comped for videotaping there.
I don't know.
They taped the whole trip. The whole trip. I'm following a family right now that's doing it. They're called the Tannerites. And they filmed the whole trip. And I'm thinking, you got to be getting comped. You were just there a month ago. And you're there again. Like, it's not even a surprise when the kids find out they're going. Oh, okay, we're going to Disneyland. They go to Disneyland because they live out on the West Coast, like most of these people do. A lot of them live in Utah. Well, what's her face lived in Utah? Ruby Franke. But she has a lot of sisters. Bonnie Holleran is the one who was the first to speak out when this all hit the fan.
Uh-huh.
You remember her sister speaking out?
Yeah, I seen her sister speak out.
She was probably the first YouTuber I found. Like when I was going through one day, just like, and I'm like, oh, this looks like something nice to watch. And it was like, they're just banking money off their kids.
They're banking. Most of these family YouTube bloggers do. And I don't know if it was Ruby that did that with the dog and her little boy. I think it might have been another YouTuber, and she forgot to edit the part where she got her little boy to cry for the people. And literally she was telling him to cry more and put on more of an act for the camera. God. It was for a thumbnail.
I didn't see that one.
He was already upset because of his dog, but she was telling him that his dog was dying. And he really wasn't dying, to try to get him more and more upset so he'll cry for the camera. Now that's abuse. That's abuse.
That's abuse. That is mental, emotional
abuse.
I mean, why not just beat me? Just beat me. I'd feel better about it.
Yeah. But what she did is she forgot.
Did to that daughter, cutting the bear's head off, threatening to do that. That little girl was 5 years old.
Which one? Ruby's daughter?
Ruby, yeah.
The one that
I think it was a bear toy.
Yeah, that's the one that she don't take care of. It was in the bathtub.
Yeah,
and in the bathtub, and she's like,
"What?" A little bear, like it must have been her baby bear that she's had, and Ruby was going to cut the head off with a pair of scissors because the kid did something
Ruby
wrong.
was going to do it.
Yeah, and she didn't give her lunch. When the kid forgot to bring her lunch to school, she was in kindergarten.
Yeah, she would
have. My God, I forgot half my shit. I'm lucky I had my uniform. Well, I didn't go to kindergarten.
I'm surprised the teachers didn't step up and do something about it.
And the school didn't step in. The school called and she said, I'll give her lunch when she gets home. Don't let anybody give her any food. She's got to learn a lesson. I'm like, learn a lesson?
No. That's when they should have stepped in.
That's abuse.
Yeah, that is abuse.
And the school
kids are messed up probably already.
Oh, they need so much therapy. Most of those family kids are going to need a lot of therapy because what's going to happen in 10 years when all this stuff's all over YouTube and they're in the dating world and
like Kate + 8. Look how bad.
Like look at they lived right near me. Well, not near me. They were about an hour drive north, not even an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, they lived outside of Philadelphia.
Some of her kids went to live with their dad. She was so ridiculous.
Yeah, well, from the word go, I knew she was crazy. When she yelled at him that time in the toy store, I thought, what's she treating him like another kid?
Well, yeah, no wonder he ran from that woman.
Oh, he didn't run fast enough.
She would get jealous if anybody got paid other than her. she would get jealous and didn't want them to get paid. They
Yeah.
showed themselves, and she got like what, 80,000 an episode. She probably
They
got
made
more
more
than
than that
yeah,
because they bought that big house, and that house had to be.
Hey, Abigail Rose. Hey, Abigail. She
I'm
let that
thinking in
money
that
go.
neighborhood, that area of Lehigh County or Berks
Yeah.
County she was in. That house had to be $2 million.
Oh my gosh.
It had massive property on it. Massive.
Oh
It
yeah.
had acres of property. I
Yeah.
mean, and she had a guard because people were driving by.
8+8.
Yeah, she lived up by right outside of Reading in a place called.
They had her on Dancing with the Stars and everything, and I was like,
Oh,
wow.
she tried anything to make money. She tried
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Hi, Abigail.
Hey, Abigail.
It's very sad what's happening to these people, and it's like
Yeah.
the Duggars. You look at the Duggars.
Yeah.
I mean, those kids, their lives have now been put out there.
Yeah.
And that one that broke away first, thank God. And she never got paid. The father tricked them all.
I know. What's her name?
Jill.
The oldest one,
Jill.
Jill. And them girls are such good girls.
Oh, they
Them-
were lovely. And I don't know how
they're good.
some of them have left the church.
Yeah,
That
they probably
weird
have their
church.
own faith.
And
Well, the point of
they're
the
all
matter is,
Christians still, and that's good.
the mom and the dad should have never went after people. Like, if you're going to have a show like that, don't judge other people. I know they're Christians and they didn't believe in certain things, but they targeted people, certain communities and stuff that I think they should have just left alone and not went after.
Let's just put it this way. They have 19 children.
Yeah.
Odds are 2 of them are gay.
Probably.
And
Maybe
I think I know one of the younger daughters are. She's about 14. And I think one of the sons that's married is. I just think.
Are you talking about you've seen what happened with the oldest son, right?
Oh, well, yeah. Now look at him and how they tried to hide all that. How can you hide that?
I don't know.
I mean,
I think Jim Bob he got that from somewhere.
Exactly. And it's also, I'm not
mean,
saying you should teach your kids everything about sex because my parents didn't. I guess that's why 2 of my siblings ended up pregnant very young. But
there's things that my religion I don't agree with my religion and stuff. But I'm not going to come out here and publicly attack somebody.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
How they are or anything like that. You know, we're all God's children.
Exactly. We're all made in His image.
Bring them to God and let God. That's up to God and what His dealings is with a personal.
But the way they raise them to be so anti-sex that they can't even hug your father, frontal hug.
I know that was crazy.
Everything was made dirty.
They couldn't even hold hands with them.
Yeah, well, but you couldn't even hug your father.
Yeah, that's
you had to do a side hug. How sick is that? That made every relationship they think is dirty. Everything you do is dirty if you don't.
I think old Jim Bob come up with that because he had them thoughts like his son.
I do too.
I mean, his son had to get that from somewhere.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
And he didn't know anything about sex, and he wasn't taught anything. And he's a natural young boy with urges, and he touches his sisters.
Yeah.
Which isn't right.
The thing is, not only did he do that, but he was into the.
Well, then after that, he went
bad stuff. Yeah.
I mean,
bad stuff, and that just made them look kind of like hypocrites to me. And I'm all for.
They always look like hypocrites to me.
Don't get me wrong. I am for the Christian family, absolutely, But when you start going to where you think you're better than somebody else and you condemn and pick on people for things, that because I've come from Harlan and there's holiness churches there. And they snake handle, they wear long skirts and long dresses, and they won't even talk to you. They will walk past you and give you a dirty look. Some of them people in the church do, because they think that you're not gooder than them. And what they are producing is hate in their heart, and that's not godly.
No, it's not. I mean, and people say, oh, well, Catholics, they go to church, they don't even get dressed up anymore. No, we don't. But we're there. I see a teenager that may not be dressed the way I'd like them to be. They might be in a tank top or something. But I go, nah, they're here. And how many teenagers do you get to go to, without their family, will they go to church? But you'll see them, and they'll stay and they participate and they take the Eucharist. And I think, well, they're here. I have no right to, judge somebody how they're dressed.
And the fact of the matter is bring them to God. Let God deal with their heart. That's what we do. We bring them to God and not judge.
Yep.
And we can warn about like stuff, but God ultimately has to work on every person. Like
Exactly.
And that was the biggest mistake they made, I think, on that show, other than the controlling part.
Yeah, they were very judgmental. And I didn't like that blanket therapy thing where if a kid got off the blanket, they're a year old, they got hit.
Really? Who did that?
There's this Bill Gothard guy that they follow who started this faith. Doesn't even have children.
No, that's ridiculous.
You got to look into that. It's
ridiculous.
It's crazy how I forget what it's called, blanket something. And they put them on a blanket and they actually tease the child. They'll put a toy right off the blanket and they'll say, now don't go there. And it's a baby. It's a 1-year-old baby. What's it going to do? It wants that red fluffy toy. And
yeah, it does.
There's so much, and then it makes all Christianity look stupid.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's why I say blanket time.
Blanket time. Is that it, Sharice?
Sharice said, yeah, Sharice said that. Blanket time. It's just sad. It's very, very sad that
very scary how the New Christian is raising their family as opposed to regular old Christian people. Like these people that follow these weird religions that they're just made up somewhere. Extreme. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Yeah. I mean, and they us other Christians look like we're just as no, we don't.
I'll tell you one thing. I know my grandma. My grandma was a devoted Catholic, and there's no doubt in my mind that lady is not in heaven with God right now. I'm just telling you.
Oh, yeah, she is.
She was on her knees every night of her life praying to God. And I think it's your relationship with God, not really your religion, but your relationship.
It is. It's your relationship. A church is a building. I know people say that, but God also does say where 2 or more are gathered in my name, there I shall be.
Yeah. Well, I seen a show. It's a YouTuber, and he goes around and he ministers to people. And I saw this one person being ministered to. I think he went to a gay parade or something, and he was talking with a young gay guy, and the gay boy broke down and started crying and said, God hates me. He hates me. God doesn't love me. And I wanted to just cry out and say, tell him Jesus loves him. Tell him to cry out to God. Like, let him and God, that's between him and God.
That's their relationship.
Yeah, like that's his journey with God. But don't tell people that they're not good enough for God.
Exactly.
That's how I feel.
And that's one thing I give my pastor credit with. Like he even says, like, when you hear a baby crying in church, don't get mad. Look over at that mother and smile, or the father, or whomever it's with, because that child's going to keep coming back. And these families are going to keep coming back. If you turn and look at them and snidely look at them, they're going to walk out and never come back. And then what, that child doesn't have a chance.
Oh, and I've seen, I used to watch Benny Hinn, and I seen him.
I watched him just to laugh.
Well, I seen him scream at a mother and tell her to shut that kid up in front of the whole thing. And I was like, no, don't you do that. That woman is there with her child to hear about the Lord.
Yeah. And he's in a $5,000 suit.
Yeah. It's about, I feel like it was a lot about the money with him.
Oh, yeah. I remember when I was really young. You probably weren't even born, or you were a little kid.
My mom
got something called the PTL Club.
I remember PTL.
Bob or Jim.
I remember Jimmy Sweat. Not Jim. Was it Jimmy Sweat?
Not Jim Jones. Jim
Baker.
Jim and Tammy Faye Baker. She could pour on the tears and had that black mascara that would run down her face.
She was a strong Christian woman because they had her on a reality show and they were doing all kinds of scandalous things on that reality show. And she stuck to her. She stayed.
Yeah, I think she got pulled in with him with the money. All that money they were getting. And I knew people who were giving to them. And I'm like, why are you giving them money? I said, they don't need money. They're building a big, they don't need money.
Well, you seen what happened with that, didn't you?
Man, he's still a preacher. His son's covered in tattoos.
Really?
Yeah, his son. I think it's Jim Jr. or something.
That was the biggest.
And then there's a daughter, too. I remember they used to bring them out.
My mom used to give to them faithfully and stuff when we were younger. And then we found out about the scandal and the prostitute and all that. And I was like, but I really.
My mom never gave anything. My mom gave to Catholic charities. That was it.
I really, truly believe. Okay, Frankie. I really, truly believe Tammy Faye was a Christian at heart.
She was. And I think she just got pulled down the road because he took her with her.
Yeah, and after the divorce, she still stayed faithful.
Yeah, and she married a nice fella, and they were happy. But the makeup, oh my God, we used to
wear a lot of makeup, didn't she?
It was on cable TV, and we didn't have cable in Philadelphia at the time.
Yeah.
It was on, and my brother-in-law did in Jersey, and every time we went over there, my sister and brother-in-laws, we'd watch, it was called Prism, HBO, and they would, oh my God, we would laugh so hard at her because those tears weren't real.
You don't think they were?
Not sometimes, yes, but other times, no. And they wanted money. They were trying to get money, and the makeup would run down her face. And he was a showman. He knew how to run a show.
There's one out there. I forget what his name is, but they actually did an interview, and he had bought. Whose was it? Private jet that he bought. He bought like $1 million private jet, and she cornered him and asked him why he wouldn't want to get on a plane with other people, and he pretty much said they grossed him out.
Was it the guy who's got the crystal? Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's really creepy. He looks like a demon.
Yeah,
and he was
got the dark hair. Anybody in the chat know his name?
I can't think of it. Him and his wife comes on. And he literally looked like a demon himself.
Yeah, oh God, I can't think of his name. He's 40-ish.
Prayers for you. No, he's not 40. He's old. He's in his 60s.
Oh, I'm thinking of the other girl.
Not Swaggart.
No, not Swaggart. Not Swaggart.
Kenneth Copeland. There you go. Kenneth Copeland. Him.
Yeah. Oh, Copeland. He's weird looking.
He's creepy.
Oh, he gives me
looks like he's got the devil in him. But
I could see him stand in front of me right now.
There ain't. No, I'm sorry, but there is no television evangelist needs a private jet.
No,
Jesus went out and he went out and walked to the people. He went to the people. He didn't have he didn't have no private jet.
I don't know why any of them do. I mean, they're preachers. They're not. And I guess I could say the same for the Pope, but the Pope uses it to go to other countries.
I know.
I mean, I give him that, but he can't.
No, he was acting. There was an interview. Let me see if I can find that. Only you can see it for yourself to know what I'm talking about. He looked like a demon.
Yeah, he's scary looking.
He's very scary.
That other guy's name. He has the crystal. Does anybody know in the chat? The other guy, he's around 45-ish, dark hair, thin, dresses real nice. Well, of course he does. And I think he has crystal something.
Here it is. This is it right here. Hang on. I want to show you all this of him. I forget what is. I don't know any of the younger ones, but I know the ones coming out on YouTube. I feel like in my heart that they're true Christian guys. And I think that Derek Prince was. Here it is. Here it is. This is
Grateful Lodge.
Really,
oh, he's creepy. He dyes his hair.
Well, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Watch what he's
That's
doing.
really me.
Look at his eyes.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet?
Tyler Perry's.
Example, that's really none of your business. But
isn't it the business of your donors?
Listen, I paid.
Oh, he's got evil eyes.
You kind of caught me off guard here. Okay.
He's very evil.
If you like to come out here, I'd like to give you a
Look at his
chance
face. Look at his
to
eyes.
catch your breath and
His
have a
eyes.
conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now. Hey, you listening to me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah.
It is.
Now, thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response
Like in
to
Harry
that?
Potter.
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100. Let's see. The latest figures just came out. 122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ. Let me give you another example. Last May, I was scheduled.
Look at that smile.
For
It's so
Lagos,
funny.
Nigeria. That's a long ways.
It's evil.
I had a week off.
Got snake eyes.
And I was scheduled for Peru. And I prayed about it and I thought, I'm not missing that dedication in Jerusalem. Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay anywhere. And Tyler's one of the greatest guys. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help but buy it.
Well, my question then, well, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very concerned about that comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. I love your eyes. And here's what happened.
Crazy.
We flew in 21 days, 70 hours, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face personally with 125,000 people.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment,
Vacation
you said that you
homes.
don't like to fly commercial because you don't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh my
We
God.
wrestle not
He looks like
with
Voldemort
flesh
from
and
Harry
blood,
Potter.
It's so
with
creepy.
principalities and powers.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that fly commercial are demons?
If you give me a chance to talk, sweetheart, I'll explain this to you. But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with
Don't
people.
put it on the Bible.
People, I love people. Jesus loves people. But people get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people?
Amen.
When
That's
somebody in there,
exactly where you need to be. Look at that face. That's exactly where you need to be. You need to be with those people and not in a probably $100 million jet. I don't know how much it cost. Look at his face like that. Yeah,
Did you ever see Harry Potter?
I didn't watch it. I thought it was kind of evil.
No, it's not. It's really far from it. He looks like Voldemort.
I don't know, but he's
Bad
creepy.
person in it. That's if anybody in the chat has seen Harry Potter, doesn't he look like Voldemort right now?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. You're supposed to be with those people. Jesus walked amongst people like that. He
Yeah.
didn't avoid them.
Lepers.
Yeah, this guy right here is what makes Christianity look bad.
there is dragging some woman down an aisle. It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people.
See, Abigail, he does, doesn't he?
You know what?
He don't want to be around people. He thinks he's too good. And I'd hate to see what Jesus would say to him. I'd hate to see what Jesus would say to him for saying stuff like this. I'll probably get a copyright, but I was just going to show you all. I'm just going to show a little bit of it, guys, because he is creepy. He's full of poop.
He's creepy as crap.
Yeah.
He's creepy as crap.
Evil. Like, you don't want to be around bad people. Well, those are the people Jesus went out to. Jesus went out amongst the prostitute, the tax collectors, everybody that was bad. He went and ministered to them.
Gail, I loved Harry Potter. To me, it wasn't about witchcraft. It was about a child becoming an adult and another life. It got, as a teacher, it got children reading again. Children were not reading at that time. They really weren't, other than the Goosebump books. There really were no books for the tweens, like between the teenager and the young kid. And this gave kids a reason to read again. So I'll always back Harry Potter.
I'm sorry, though. I do not think that a preacher should have private homes, private jets, billions of dollars that people are giving to God, not them, but to God. Now, do I think they should make a living? Yes, they should make a living because they're taking their time and energy to get out here and do it. I don't think they should have such a luxurious living like that, though.
No,
I think you should live at your means, your God-given blessings and means, and the rest should go towards the world.
Yeah.
God, you don't taking donation money and buying a private jet. No,
I'm not paying for somebody else's transport.
or buy multiple houses.
Rain Girl, you can disagree. That's cool. That's the beauty of it all. We agree to disagree.
A lot of people does think that, but it's okay, Marita. As long as you think in your heart it's good. I mean, I think people.
To me, it was just a book.
Yeah, it's just
it's to read again, and I saw it from that perspective as a
and
teacher.
I think God genuinely knows our heart and stuff when it comes to that. But a lot of people, I myself wouldn't watch it.
Love you too, Rain Girl.
But everybody's different, and I think it's generally your heart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like sometimes I go into our rectory and I look at the dining room table. It's always set. And I see that nice china, and but it's probably been there for over 100 years from when our parish originally started. 100 and something years ago, and it's still there. That, you know, and that's probably why it's still so beautiful. Wasn't recently purchased or anything. And I think, well, they're living pretty high on the hog here. And then I'm thinking, they do a lot of work, and if they can't eat off some nice china, you know, because we only have 2 priests. We used to have 5. Now we only have 2.
I mean, I can understand a decent living, like, you know.
And they don't get paid much. Nuns don't get paid hardly anything.
Some of these preachers that has this gold stuff and all this, like several houses, and they're getting it from donations from people. I don't know.
Well, that's how Jim and Tammy Faye started. They started off with the right mindset. They were putting it towards their church, and then that money started coming in, and they started abuse. It's easy. I guess it's like a drug. It's easy to abuse.
I
or
guess
alcohol.
Yeah, it is. I guess it is, and I guess it's where a person has to stay strong and say, "Hey, money's not the most important thing."
Yeah, it isn't. But
back a little bit, you know.
I mean, as long as you can. I mean, the cool thing I got to say about like my parish, what the money they get, they break it down to what's spent on gas, electricity, tax. Well, we're not taxed, so, but insurance, and it's not like the old days where the nuns taught and they taught for free. We have lay teachers now, and they're in unions, and we got to pay them, and they're paid by the parent, and it's all, you know, so it's broken down, and we know that it's not getting a lot of extras, and what extras they have, we start scholarship funds, and there's
I think it generally goes down to the heart of the preacher, the priest, or
who's ever running the show.
Yeah, I think it's between them and God. But when you overdo it, like this Kenneth guy, I think. I mean,
God, he's evil looking
out here.
You know, I'm going to think of that face when I go to bed tonight, Daisy.
That was creepy.
Oh,
there is a close-up video of him out.
Joel Osteen, that's the name. I got it. He's in my head.
Licking his lips at that girl.
Joel Osteen.
I don't know about him. A lot of people give him a hard way to go. I don't know, but they said that in the flood down there in Louisiana that he wouldn't open up his church for it. Wasn't it him that wouldn't open his church up?
Joel Osteen? Probably, yeah.
I don't know for sure.
He didn't want anybody in there.
I hate to judge anybody and not really knowing about them, but I don't know. God will deal with them one day. If they're not being honest and stuff, God.
Yeah, I mean, they all got to face somebody at the Golden Gate. So.
You did unapproachable lesson?
Ring girl. Yes, I did. I had 3 out of the 13 nuns that taught me in 8 years. I had 3 wonderful nuns. One who was still a great family friend and is my sister's best friend, 7th grade. My 3rd grade nun who treated me wonderfully, and one of my 6th grade nuns who was pretty nice to me. Other than that, the rest were just
meanies.
They were what they were. And Abigail, no, I can't watch that called the whatever because I don't have cable. I got rid of it, and I don't have any streaming services because it's too much money.
It's outrageous, ain't it?
Yes, it's ridiculous. I pay $139 for internet and my telephone. Because I keep a landline. I have a cell phone, but I
for both, but it can get expensive for
It's
sure.
ridiculous. I don't know how parents do it. I really don't. Because every kid has a phone. They all have Wi-Fi on it. And then you're all these houses, like I have a million friends that have all these streaming services. And I said, how do you afford that and 4 kids at the same time?
No, it's expensive.
And they all have stuff, and you're complaining about money. Get rid of half these streaming services. They just double up on the same shit anyway. Or stuff, I mean. I don't know where that word came from.
What? What did you say?
I didn't say anything, Miss Daisy. I didn't curse. Now, another thing. Have you been watching the Kensington videos?
I haven't been watching them here lately. What's going
All
on?
right. Well, there's one. You're not stealing their content because I think it's city run. It's camera 2. It's camera 2 or camera 3. Kensington camera 2. And it just shows K&A. The rats that come out at night are the size of cats. And these people just stand there and sleep in the middle of the pavement, and the rats run all over them.
Oh.
Last night, I was like screaming at the guy, move, move.
Didn't you say, I've heard somewhere that they had babies out on the streets in Kansas.
There was one last night, 4 o'clock in the morning.
A baby born?
This kid could not be more than 3 years old.
No. I'm talking about women having babies.
Not. No. They'll call an ambulance and take them to one of the hospitals because they never get to keep their babies.
They don't, do they?
No, because they've
accepted that. A lot of them are.
They're all born addicted. And it's just getting worse and worse. I was watching somebody today showing what the trank did to her neck because she missed the vein. And it blew up her neck, and then the trank is eating her. Trigger warning.
Yeah.
All right, I'm giving a trigger warning on this. It's eating her eye from inside out.
I can't find it. City Run, Kensington?
No, it's just Kensington camera number 2. But I think it's run by the city, so I don't think you're stealing anybody's content.
Oh, okay. Kensington. Hang on. Camera number 2?
Yeah, that's the better camera.
Okay.
They were pulling somebody off the tracks on the L the other night. Now they shut the L down for a few hours and they run buses. But there was a little kid out last night at 4 a.m. with his parent, with people. Yeah, that's it. Well, see that booth there? That used to be a paper booth. Newspapers, magazines. The rats under there. There's like about 10 or 15. There was a guy sleeping against this pole last night, and they kept running up to him and then running away. And there was a big fire across the street in the trash can. Look, there was one earlier tonight. Looks like they ran out of stuff.
I wonder if this is tonight, right now.
Yeah, this is live. This is right now.
That's live?
Yeah.
Wow.
That right there is actually a mini police station.
Oh, that
they
little
don't use it anymore, though. They don't use it anymore. That little booth. Oh, there is a trash can fire. I see it behind the pole.
Oh, yeah, they building them some fires, ain't they?
They've been doing it the past, it's cold here.
Well, that's why I was getting ready to ask you, how cold is it there?
It's about 38 to 40.
Wow.
But it's a little breezy out tonight.
It's 40 here, and damn, I'm cold. Sorry.
Yeah, well, to us, that's like, it's December weather. But now as it goes past here, I see a woman come out last night with a young fella, and there's got a little boy in a little parka coat. I'm like, what's this kid? And he's walking around all these junkies. And I'm like, what the hell? And then they stop and talk to them. Now, these gates will be closed in about another hour or so.
Oh, is that like the bus station?
That's the elevated train, the Market Frankfurt L. That train goes above the street.
Okay. Where does that train go to?
It goes all the way to 69th Street out to Upper Darby, outside of Philly.
Wow.
And the rats are all around this trash can. The city came and cleaned this yesterday.
And look at it now.
Well, you should have seen it this weekend. See, we're not allowed to use plastic bags in the city. Stores aren't allowed to put anything in plastic bags.
Really? Wow.
You either buy a bag at Wawa for 35 cents or at a store, or you bring your own bags.
Wow.
I shop in the suburbs, food shops, so they get plastic bags because they're all over the place.
Yeah.
Now, the guy was laying right there after this lump of dirt sleeping against that wall all night with rats running over them.
Oh.
And they were as big as cats, and they were coming out of these holes in the ground.
Oh,
See
look,
it?
one's walking right there.
There they
Oh,
are.
look at them rats.
See them rats?
Oh my gosh, they're everywhere.
Look how big they are.
They're huge.
They're running against the wall over there. They're in the street.
You know they bite those people
Oh,
sometimes.
yeah. People have said they've gotten bitten and
Bit by rats. That's horrible.
Yeah. Because these people fall asleep, and the guy had a blanket over it, or it was a woman. I don't even know.
Look how big that one is back there. You can see it from here.
Look at them all, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Look at them.
And I just think my poor mother loved this neighborhood as a child.
Yeah.
Well, she'd be 98 now, so, or 90.
I wonder what she would think of it if she.
She'd be 97. She would think, oh my God, what happened to my Kensington? My uncle owned a movie theater around the corner called the Midway. That's where I saw Mary Poppins at. And my great uncle, my mom's uncle. And I mean, we went down there, it was safe. My grandfather lived right around the corner on D Street, D in Clearfield.
It's sad, ain't it?
And these people are all junkies. You could tell the people who are either coming or going to work because they walk very fast, they walk upright, and you could tell by the way they're dressed and how they look around. Like that guy, they're all at this time of night, it's 1 a.m. These people now are now that car that pulled up, that's probably somebody who's either a dealer or looking for a.
Kensington's Kelly is in Philadelphia, Philly.
Hi, Kelly. I'm from Philadelphia, and this is a neighborhood. It's about 5 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles from me. If you came to my neighborhood, you'd say, "Yeah, you don't live in Philly." This is the degenerate part of Philly.
Yeah.
Actually, there's other parts too, but this is actually not as bad as 2 blocks up. They don't show that part.
Yeah.
Where the park is. They call it Needle Park.
She said she's in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh is nothing like this.
Is it close to Philly?
Pittsburgh? No, it's on the other side of the state. That's in Western Pennsylvania. That's what, about 8 miles, 8 hours from here?
Yeah.
By car, I would say.
Is Pittsburgh in Philadelphia?
Huh?
Is Pittsburgh in Philadelphia?
No, Pittsburgh's its own city. It's about 8 miles from here. 8 hours from here.
Pennsylvania. Is it in Pennsylvania?
Yes. It's towards Ohio.
Oh, okay.
It's Western Pennsylvania.
These people just sit up all night. They don't even rest, do they?
Yeah, that store was closed all day. I wonder what time it opened. It's opened at night.
I don't know if I want to have a store there.
Oh, they make them plenty of money.
Oh, yeah.
All those people have EBT cards. Food stamp cards.
Let me tell you a story. And I'm not against anybody getting help from the government if they need it. But I worked a 16-hour shift one night as a nurse. Kelly said she's 6 hours away. And I was tired. I busted my tail but working hardcore work. And I went to the gas station to get me some gas, and I was standing in line in front of these kids that were playing around, just grabbing stuff and piling it up on the counter. And it took them forever to get that. And I was getting aggravated because my feet was already hurting from working. And if I be darned if they didn't jerk out a big food stamp card, and they had been out all night partying, you could tell. I was so mad.
Yeah, they can be frustrating sometimes. I have it. I get it. Because of my disability.
I'm all for people that needs the help.
I paid into it for many years, what I did. But I wouldn't be able to live on my own if I didn't have help. But
you have to.
I don't even eat candy, so.
If you need help, I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying?
These people, I noticed they had a table out today when I was looking at this.
They got a big fire.
Free phones.
Yeah, that's Obama phones, ain't it? They're giving out.
But I noticed the other last night, 2 different people getting robbed while they were passed out.
Really? You seen it on
Oh,
you?
I'm on my
What do you do? Sit and watch
grave,
it?
on my mother's grave. One guy was sitting on these steps.
Uh-huh.
One was laying by that other on towards Kensington Avenue, and one guy, like, see that person there? They were there, but they were passed out. Their head was back. It looked like his head, if you ask me.
Probably
And
was.
they
You
went
never
through
know.
all his pockets, and he probably had like 2 pairs of pants on, because a lot of them will wear all their clothes because they get robbed so often.
Yeah.
People steal their clothes, their bags. Somebody the other night, their wheelchair got stolen.
Why would somebody want to steal a wheelchair? That's crazy.
Because they'll sell it back to them. That's what they'll do. I'll give it back to you.
No, that's
Give me
horrible.
$5. Give me $10. Give me some work.
Wheelchair back to you.
Yeah, it's and they steal these carts from the Walgreens.
That's
And
horrible.
But they were stealing, and I'm like trying to yell at this guy, "Wake up! You're getting robbed! You're getting robbed!" And I'm like,
He'll find out when he wakes up, won't he?
oh, he finally woke up like 2 hours later. I turned it back on, and he was waking up, and he's like, you should have seen his face, like, what happened? I just fell
Was that
asleep.
the same guy that was the rats were crawling all over?
No, it was just some.
Rats are bad right there, ain't they?
They are now, yeah. They're coming out of these holes in the pavement. There must be water pipes. I'm pointing, and you can't see where I'm pointing, but see that there's a hole right there in the pavement. I noticed them going down it last night and coming back up.
Oh my God!
One was the size of a cat, and
That's
I thought it
true.
was a cat at first.
Well, I seen one about the size of a cat a while ago.
Yeah, they're big, aren't they?
What they really need to do is put some cats out there on the streets so they get rid of them.
I
Right?
thought about that, but I'm afraid what these people would do to the cats.
Exactly.
And it's not these people per se; it's the young teenagers that go down there.
Yeah, I remember you were saying that, talking about
Sunday night, there was a group of, there had to be, I'd say, 8 to 10 of them. And all I'm thinking of, it's 1 a.m. on a school night. Why are you out? And they were kicking people over, hitting people with sticks, and cops don't do anything. Cops are probably thinking in their head, that's what I want to do to them.
Is people staying in that lobby of there to keep warm? Is it warm in there?
Yeah, and plus there's no breeze. They're
Oh,
staying
yeah.
out of the wind, but they'll be thrown out eventually. And those gates will be locked.
So that's kind of like a warming station for them, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's heated, because
rats?
when it goes up, the stairs go up. That's an elevated train, but it's outside. So I know one night last week, this past weekend, somebody was on the tracks, and the fire department had to go up with their hook and ladder to get, and then the rescue workers, they had to shut down the whole system. They had to shut down, and that's a disturbance, because a lot of people use that elevated train because it takes them into center city where 1 million people work.
Wow.
And my very dear friend who lives across the street, he is the electrician on this line. And he's stationed right around here between K&A and Summer. And he says he brings people back to life 3-4 times a day, same person.
I bet he does. How much you want to bet for night's over with that man with that car to get robbed? Because he's
and those tents over there, Tent City. What they do, a lot of them, from what I'm told, is they'll split the sleeping. Some will sleep for a while, and somebody will stay up. Another, like if there's 2 with them, so they don't get robbed. But
that's
sad. But the woman said that, I was watching an interview with her today, that she got robbed, and when she woke up, the guy was ready to stab her with her own knife.
Oh my God!
I'm like, Good God, you know.
So
She gets
scary.
robbed every night, she says.
That's sad. That's
And
sad.
it breaks my heart because
Mm-hmm.
she has 4 kids. She was telling her story. Her
Mm-hmm.
youngest daughter's 8 and autistic
Oh.
and nonverbal. And
Miles.
she keeps going into rehab. She said in
Mm-hmm.
the past 2 years she did it 12 times. Eventually, they're not going to let you come back anymore.
These people just ain't able to take care of themselves, are they?
Oh, no. Actually, Daisy, in a way, they are. Because look how they survived out there.
They do survive. That's true.
I mean, they survive a winter.
There's
A Philly winter.
there's somebody laying right there.
Oh,
You
yeah,
see-
that's the older guy.
He's off the ground a little bit though.
No, he's in that's a cart. He's got it covered. But
that's smart.
Yeah, but rats climbing it all the time.
Oh, I know.
Over by the rats. Because there's rats under that building thing there, that old paper booth.
Rats, Miles.
I don't know why they don't knock that down.
That guy right there, he's about to hit the ground. He'll lose that cart by morning. That cart will be gone.
It's not.
It ain't funny. I shouldn't laugh, but
she may still have the cart, but she won't have her clothes that are in it. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's the sad thing because you want to help them and you want to go, but they really are.
Is that a rat?
They'll kill you.
Oh, I know.
For your stuff. And I don't understand. I mean, it's not like you're getting good stuff off them. You're getting crappy used crap that they trash pick somewhere along the streets of Kensington on the back streets where the residents live, and
probably
they're just killing each other. Or hurting each other. They're not killing each other. But it does happen. It does happen quite often.
But that rats run up and down that thing, don't they?
Huh?
Run up and down them steps inside that thing.
What, the rats?
Yeah.
I saw the other night one was trying to, and somebody was sitting there and chased it away. And I'm thinking, people do it with so. See, now a lot of these people are doing, they're getting on that L there and they're going south into Center City.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Center City is our hub. You know, it's where City Hall is. It's where everything is. All the big businesses, now we have a Macy's there. Now, some of you might have heard this on the news. There was a guy from Kensington went there yesterday morning, got caught stealing. 2 security guards got the stuff back, threw him out of the Macy's. He came back 15 minutes later, killed 1 security guard, stabbed him in the neck, and stabbed the other one, who's still at Jefferson Hospital.
Wow.
And Macy's has the big light show every year for Christmas. It has the tea room. Used to be John Wanamaker's. And it's a very well-known
kid up and down the street.
But the thing is, it stands actually right across from City Hall, the DA's office, and the Judicial Court building. And the SEPTA police caught the guy at the Somerton in Kensington yesterday afternoon. And he had a rap sheet
because they ran him off. Did he get angry because they ran him off? Is that why?
Yes, and he was a druggie, and he was a drug dealer, and what he was doing is they go into Center City, they rob the stores there and come back and sell the merch up here. Or they'll sell to the drug dealers. They'll sell to the drug dealers, like some real good expensive crap for like a little bit of money, a little bit of drugs. They'll get a couple of bags of heroin.
They'll do anything for $5 or $10, won't they?
Well, I was seeing where a girl said that she'll go down to 30th Street, which is a big hub where our 30th Street station is called. The L goes through there. It's where Greyhound buses. It's where what's the train line that goes all around the country? Amtrak. And
Amtrak,
you'll
yeah.
hook down there because you'll make more money there than you will on Kensington Avenue, and you'll end up getting robbed or hurt on Kensington Avenue. You don't make anything on Kensington Avenue, the girls. So they'll go down, and some guys do it too. You know, they'll do anything and they'll come back later, like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then go buy their drugs for the day.
Wow.
It's very sad. And what happened to that guard was 27 years old. He worked 2 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
He worked for the post office. I don't know why he had a second job, but he did. And he didn't have children or anything. His mother is devastated.
The one that died?
Yeah. I mean, he was
That's
just
sad.
doing what he liked to do. He liked working at Macy's. I got a discount. So, I mean,
Probably good.
It was heartbreaking, and it's heartbreaking to see the mother. And I don't like to watch the news, but that I did watch tonight only because
I'm the same. I don't like to watch the news because it gives me anxiety.
it makes me not want to leave my house because I live in Philadelphia. Even though I live in a nice area.
Know. But it has to be heartbreaking to see your hometown.
Yeah, this breaks my heart because I remember it as being a place that you were able to go down. I was able to walk down Kensington Avenue as a 10-year-old. And now you can't even, I wouldn't even want to drive down there.
No.
Unless I was with people. I won't go on the L or anything anymore. I'll spend the extra $4 and take our train, which is a quicker ride and it's much nicer. You know, the Conrail or the SEPTA trains, regular trains, choo-choo trains.
Have you rode the L before?
Have I ever been on the L?
Uh-huh.
Oh my God, yeah. When I went to community college, I took it every day.
I bet that's cool. I've never rode.
It was neat. You could see in people's apartments because it's about the second floor level of everybody, all these buildings. So you could see in people's houses, and I could see the deterioration over the year and a half that I went to community of this neighborhood. Starting that was in the 80s.
Oh yeah.
And then I took it 2 years ago coming home from vacation because a train on a weekend ran like every 2 hours, and this thing runs every 15 minutes.
How long's it been this bad?
It started getting bad with drugs when meth became something, and crystal meth. I mean, it's always been kind of like if you were from Kensington, everybody go, "Oh, a Kenzo." You know, it was like you always had a reputation. Like they were tough girls. If you were from Kensington, you were like in my era and my siblings' eras. You didn't mess with the Kensington kids. And then when all the businesses kind of left, a lot of was a big Irish Catholic working class community, and they all left. Well, most of them. There's still some down there. But all the businesses closed. Stetson hat, Stetsons that you all wear, they were made there.
Wow.
They were made. My grandfather worked there, my great-grandfather, my uncles. My mother was born in Stetson. They had their own hospital, Stetson Hospital. My sister was born in Stetson Hospital, my eldest sister. And then it closed down. I guess they moved. And all the businesses moved because it's not far from, if you go west, it's or east, it goes to the river wards, Port Richmond, where the ports were back then. And it was a big hub of factories and a lot of Irish immigrants. But as the 80s came and the factories left, the people left, started getting a little dilapidated, then other people started moving in, and the city started buying houses. Ridley Park, that's Delaware County. That's nice there, Ridley Park. And then, of course, this drug, that meth came,
the
heroin, and the people still weren't really living on the streets. If you were living down there, you were living up on the train tracks, not those tracks. There's abandoned tracks down a few blocks.
Yeah.
And then I would say the past 4 years, it got like this. In the past 2, like when COVID started, they had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Because
And
they shut down all the
prices of everything is skyrocketed.
Well, but that wasn't it. They shut down a lot of the housing places where they would sleep at night. I can't think
Oh,
of
they
it.
closed the gate there, like you said.
Yeah, see?
They run them out of there.
Yep. They closed all those places where people would go to sleep at night. I can't think of the name. Why it's eluding me, I don't know.
I do that too.
So they ended up starting sleeping on the streets. Then tent cities started building, and then the heroin and the fentanyl kept getting worse and worse. And that's when people started dying. And
now this Trank.
Well, that's what the fentanyl, when they started putting that in, is when people start losing their limbs, left, right, and center.
I wonder when they're passed out. And I know it's probably bad for me to say this, but I wonder. Let me put a trigger warning before I say it. I wonder when they're passed out like that if rats don't kind of feast on them. I mean, you never know because they're holding still and rats smell that.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've ever
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't either.
Because they're rats.
They're rats. They're rats. And these people, when they're incapacitated, they don't move.
No, I've seen these people
probably couldn't even know that they're being bitten.
No, they don't, because I've seen these people get hit with baseball bats and not move.
Wow.
I mean, it's that Trank that's doing it to them.
It's the Trank, yeah.
They're so knocked out. That's a horse tranquilizer.
You think they would get in trouble for putting them fires out in the city like that, but
Well, that one's in a metal trash can. The other one, yeah. Well, I've seen fire departments come and put that out.
oh yeah, but they're cold. They got to get warm.
But I think the police have just come to realize as long as they can act civilized, they have nowhere to go. Let them stay. But they really
sad.
Our district attorney is horrible. He's horrible.
He was telling me about that. Yeah.
And he's very anti-police. So he ties police up.
That. You can't. We gotta have our police.
Exactly. You know that, and I know that.
Yeah.
But apparently, Larry Krasner doesn't. And Krasner is he's a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't vote for him. Never voted for him. The guy I voted for, I hated because his father was a defense attorney that was real well known with the mob. They were mobbed up. They were very mobbed up, to say the least. But I still voted for him, Peruto, because I thought, well, he's a Republican. He'll be tough on them.
You know who I didn't vote for in Kentucky? I'm a Republican, but I didn't vote for him. He's the state senator. What's his name? Not Ron Paul. He'd been there for years. What's his name?
Real old guy?
Uh-huh. I wasn't about to vote for him.
The one who says he's running again, he'll be 96 or something?
Yeah, I forget what his name is.
I know who you're speaking about.
I wasn't about to vote for
his age.
Crooked as hell.
Well, they're all crooked. So.
They are.
But what happened with Krasner is...
The other one. What's his name? Starts with the M.
Krasner is... and again, trigger warning, and I am not being racist. I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm.
Black people put Krasner back in office because he was so easy on the crime for them that the mothers, a lot of their mothers don't want their babies in jail. So And they showed it on how he was reelected. They showed who voted where and who voted Democrat, who voted Republican. My whole area up here, the Northeast Philadelphia area, all voted Republican, even the Democrats, because we wanted Krasner out. We wanted crime to be like this shit to stop. And the neighborhoods of North Philly, West Philly, they voted him back in, and they came out in droves to vote because, I guess, I don't know. I was perplexed because I didn't understand it, but Mal does some great interviews, Sleuth Fairy.
Mitch McConnell. There you go, Sammy. That's who it is, Mitch McConnell.
No, he's in South Carolina.
Back in.
He's in South Carolina, Mitch McConnell.
Is he? Well,
Yeah.
no, he was one of the.
He's South Carolina.
No, he was in Kentucky at one time.
He's South Carolina.
Huh? The what? I'd vote one of them damn rats in right there before I'd vote him.
Well, we got a rat in ours already. Thank God our mayor is leaving January 1st. And our new mayor, she seems like she's going to be great. And she's already making ideas for down here. Her name's Sharice something. Parker. Sharice Parker.
I hope y'all get somebody good that can.
We did get, I think he's going
What are they going to do?
Pro cop.
How are they going to get rid of this problem? Now,
they're going to start arresting the dealers.
Yeah.
These kids that are out at night on bikes with their masks on, they're the runners. They're running those drugs.
Oh, wow.
And they got to start, that's where you start with that kid, because he's going to turn in everybody, because he's a kid, and he doesn't want to do 20 years for somebody who's paying him $100 a night.
Right.
So that they got to start there. They got to start getting the dealers. And then there is so much available to these addicts for rehab. There is a lot available in Philadelphia. We are abundant in resources.
Wow.
I think, and I've used the resources, so I know.
Yeah.
There is a lot of resources. There's a lot of rehabs within the 5-county area.
Yeah.
And there is so much available to them. And it will be they just gotta, if they can get the dealers and then open these doors to these rehabs and get them in. But the problem is some of these people down there living in a tent are not drug addicts. Well, they're alcoholics, some of them, but some of them are not. They just don't have anywhere to live.
Yeah.
Unhoused. And they don't want to live in a, what you call it? It's eluding me. Why is it eluding me? With other people. They choose the street over it. And a lot of, believe it or not, a lot of veterans who have had chances, they don't want to go into those places. And they don't want to go into any resources. They choose the street because they're mentally. Oh yeah, Mitch McConnell is in Kentucky. I'm thinking, no, Mitch McConnell.
No, he's Kentucky.
Who's in South Carolina then?
I'm not sure, but I know Mitch McConnell.
I know who I'm thinking of.
You're thinking
God,
else.
why I can't stand. Oh, well, there's a lot of
Mitch McConnell's got big old bug eyes.
Yeah, he's the one who looks like a turtle.
He does look like a turtle.
He does. Like his neck's going. He shouldn't be there because I think he's not healthy.
I know. How do these suckers live as long as they do? I don't know.
It must
They're
be
living the
Twitter.
good life. Top doctors, top everything.
Yeah, they do have everything.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know, but I don't know, but I heard that they went into San Francisco and cleaned it up in 2 days for some big person
Well,
coming in
they've
from
done
another
that here.
country.
They do it all the time.
And they
They
come
do it
right
here
back.
all the time. They'll clean it up, and 3 days later, it's trashed again.
Mitch, I can't stand, in my opinion. I don't like, he's definitely Kentucky, Miss Daisy. You stuck with a Mitch man. I don't know. I'm not in Kentucky no more, thank goodness. We got,
Lindsey Graham, that's it.
I can't even think of who's in Tennessee.
Lindsey Graham, I'm thinking of. The guy who, you know what? Why doesn't he just come out of the closet? He's gay.
Is that the one in South
He's as
Carolina?
gay as gay can be. Who cares? I don't care. I don't like you because I just don't like you.
Right.
I don't care what your preference is in life. It isn't affecting me any. But he's gay. And
okay. RW said, I'm diagnosed with ASPD and NPD. Frankie is a psychopath narcissist herself, although most of us would never hurt children. What is ASPD and NPD, RW?
RW, I have RSD.
Oh, wait. Clinically psychopath. Are you getting treated for that, RW?
If you live in the Philadelphia area, I can direct you somewhere.
Narcissist personality disorder.
Why is she calling Frank? Oh, Ruby Frank. She talking.
Yeah, that's what she's talking about, Ruby Frank.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you were talking about yourself.
I have spent time in therapy, but I'm isolated at this point. Well, isolation is not good.
You could do therapy over the internet.
Yeah.
Do it every week.
They clean it up for president of China. That's what they did, Dark Empathy. You're right. It was a president from another country.
They cleaned it up here. You know who cleaned it up here when who's that goofball was running for senator here? Who lives near me? Dr. Oz.
Really?
Oz
He ran
down there and cleaned up the street and supposedly took somebody to rehab, and it was all a hoax.
Big show. Probably a big show.
He paid all the people money, and because I know a few people who did it, I personally knew them. And they said, oh, no, he didn't take us to read. He gave us money once the cameras went off.
Oh, yeah, they do.
We went out and bought more drugs. I'm like, you're kidding. They said, no.
Oh, yeah, that's what they do. RW said, in families like this, you see something called extreme parental alienation. Children turn from parents like this, and sometimes you see patricide and matricide. Patricide and matricide? I don't know what that means.
Paternal and maternal something?
Maybe. Yeah, I bet that's what it is. MAO went to visit San Francisco. That's why they cleaned it up. Okay.
Oh, Chermel, yeah. Well, they clean this all the time. They'll do different sections here. And what they'll do, if you don't take your tent, our trash men will just throw it all in the trash.
Wow.
They don't care.
And there goes their stuff.
And then the sweepers come, the street sweepers, the machines, and then they hose it all down. And then 3 days later, they're all back again. And I don't understand it. I just, why they, see what happened here is they closed down our mental hospital, the big one that was up on.
Why did they do that?
Like they did it like 40 years ago, and everybody went out and lived in the streets.
Ocean Gate sub tragedy was also a psychopath narcissist.
I
Wow.
think anybody who does stuff to people are psychopathic narcissists.
I do too.
I think, what's her name was? Kate from 8.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a narcissist.
Definitely a narcissist.
But I just wish these people.
I can name a few on YouTube that is too.
Yeah, well, we're
I'm gonna be good.
That one. But yeah, these people are going to all start getting ready to go to sleep now in the street here. Well, not in the street, but the rats will just climb all over them.
They'll just
See the hell out, because I had mice and they crack. I'd get like, God, did they ever come up near my bed? And RW, I'm sorry you go through that. I suffer from
I am too.
Depression, anxiety, and
RW said
I see my therapist every week over
psychopathy and
my laptop.
are more common, but 30% PCR psychopaths are also uncommon. Seems like you've done your homework on that, RW.
I'll keep you in my prayers. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's saying that he has this disorder, but he would never hurt children like this mom would.
No.
I'm sorry you're dealing with depression.
No, I'm fine. I take medication. Best thing that happened to me is just having therapy, though, talking therapy. Just
Yeah.
somebody.
I was
sober,
really...
keeps me. But I take, if anybody wants to say take their medicine, I do take my medicine. Take my Prozac. I'm not ashamed. I think we got to normalize.
There should be more mental health facilities to help these people.
We got to normalize it because there's more people.
RW said, yeah, it took years post-diagnosis. I still struggle with delusional thinking. Are you a Christian, RW? I was deeply abused as a child. I like animals, kids, etc., although my adult crimes have been serious. Well, I think that you need to seek Jesus. Jesus can take all that away from you, babe.
Yeah, so can some help, too.
That, too, with some help.
Comes one with the other.
Well, I think both together. I'm not religious, although I was raised Christian. Well, Jesus will help you with that. Just ask him. Anytime anybody that has doubts, just ask Jesus and he'll show you.
May I ask you what area you live in?
Jesus will help.
If I overstep my bounds.
Oh, they're loading somebody up on a stretcher. What the heck? Is that a stretcher?
No, that's another stolen shopping cart. Or what do you guys call them? Buggies?
Oh, I thought that was a stretcher. My eyes are deceiving me.
You guys call them buggies?
Yeah.
We call them shopping carts.
That's sad that they have to pack their stuff around in shopping carts.
Yeah.
They need beds.
All their stolen stuff. No, they have bags.
No, beds. Why
Yes,
do humans have to be sad? Why does this world have to be so sad?
I really have no answer for that. And
I
I don't know why that drug had to be made, that tranquilizer.
Mm-hmm.
Fentanyl, why did that have to come here?
I think
that guy just put his bag down. That would give me the creeps. That someone climbing there. Because there's a lot of rats.
A couple things that crawling around in there.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, that's where all them big rats came from. Look, there's somebody tweaking. It's cold there. Look, it's extreme.
Yeah, she could have been smoking too. But yeah, it's not real cold that you see your breath real bad.
Oh.
I think she was smoking.
Because Adam ate the apple. That's true, K9. Absolutely true. Late stages capitalism widen of gap between rich and poor. You
Well, I
sound
think there's
intelligent.
always been capitalism in this country.
I pray that we don't get it. It looks like it's coming.
What? The
That
cold?
was capitalism in our country.
Oh, it is here already. It's always been.
Yeah. It's not as bad as China, right?
Come on. That's a whole different. We'll never be
I don't
China.
even know what it means, to be honest with you.
We'll never be China, and I'm not going to get
Crazy ain't into all that stuff. I just don't know all that.
Yeah, it's
That's good.
but you even go back to the 1800s, 1700s, when there were farms and the people living in the big house, and that was capitalism. They were headed over everybody else, and it's always been
Communism. That's what
communism is not coming here.
I didn't know I got them two mixed up, y'all.
Communism is not coming
See,
here.
I don't know these big words, y'all. I'm from Kentucky. What do you expect? Listen here now. I got it mixed up. The world has to be sad so we can be grateful for what we have.
Yes.
I just think it's the devil. The devil's the reason why our life is the way it is. But yeah, I meant I can't even say it. Can you believe
it's not coming? We're not going to be a communist country. I don't know why everybody panics over that.
You have RW? Danny said, can you believe they continue to shut down mental facilities that actually take care of these people once they have gone too far? And I can't believe it. And it's so sad.
It breaks my heart. I mean, these people,
Oh, okay, Sleuth Fairy. I don't even know what the meaning of these words are. Y'all are using too fancy words for me.
Capitalism is just how we make our money in this country. Communism is not coming here. I don't know why everybody's panicked about that. Because
no, Daisy. I don't get into all that
I wonder
stuff.
where that guy is. He's not with his stuff. He usually sits on a chair there.
That guy?
Yeah, unless we can't see him if he's behind that building.
Yeah.
But the rats will come out from under there too.
Middle class is needed. Yeah, I think it's just really sad that we need more mental health facilities.
Yes, we do.
We need them. These people have mental health issues.
Oh, I know the name of the place. They call it Byberry. It was called
Byberry.
Yeah, Byberry. It was this big building up on Byberry Road off of the boulevard up in the Northeast Philly. And when they closed that down in, I guess, the early 80s, late 70s, and everybody they just put them out on the streets. And those people, some of them were put into prisons because they were there under prison. But
I worked
just let go.
I worked at two different hospitals, and each hospital that I worked in, one had they both had mental health facilities, right? One of them, they restrict the people's food, their drinks, and everything else.
Really?
And the other one that I worked in, they gave them fountain drinks. They got coffee, snacks, anytime they wanted. They even had, at that time, I don't think they still have it now because they got smoking away. They took smoking out of the facility, but they even had a room with a special built-in lighter that they could.
Yeah. I was in.
Yeah, and it was so pretty. And I thought,
with the cigarette in the thing.
Human beings, they're not in a jail. They have a problem. They need help. Don't restrict their food and their drinks from them.
Most drug rehabs that any I've been in have a kitchen that has juice, apple juice, cranberry juice. They don't give you caffeine.
No, but still they should have
coffee,
choices of drinks. And they don't get it.
And you can have as much as you want, and But we have a lot of mental, like a lot of our hospitals have a floor for mental.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're
The
overcrowded.
hospitals did.
And
I really. Go
and,
ahead.
and the busiest day is a Friday night. Like we got a place called Friends Hospital, Sleuthberry. You might be able to step in on this. You probably heard of Friends Hospital right there on the boulevard and by Frankfurt. It's actually not far from K&A. It's probably only a 10-minute ride, and it's a mental health facility and a drug rehab. That's beautiful, beautiful. But it even has an emergency room just for mental health and drugs.
Yeah, that's
And
awesome.
their busiest time is in this winter on a Friday night because people will go away for the weekend. And
I
then
would
sign
work in a
themselves
mental health
out because it's
facility. I
cold.
would love to work in a mental health.
And
I
then
enjoyed my clinicals in mental health, in that mental health, because it was up on top of a mountain and it was out in the woods. The hospital was, so in the fall, and it had this huge big old window and there was this table that they could sit and do games and read and whatever, and it looked out over the mountain, and it was just beautiful. And it was, and the security was like top notch, like even the elevators locked down and everything. And I just felt like people could actually be there and get their treatment that they need and not have to suffer, because I feel like if you're restricted from things, you're not more likely to go get help.
Yeah. Well, Friends Hospital was originally, the original building was by Philadelphia Quakers, the Quakers. You know, Friends are Quakers, friends of they're the Quakers. And it's a beautiful old building, which they've added onto. But the main building is still the same with the big wide staircase and the beautiful wood. But I'm telling you, it's a fabulous facility. It's fabulous. I know many people that have gone through that. I've used the emergency room myself when I put myself away for Percocet addiction. I went through their emergency room, and they put you in the right. They don't just send you somewhere. They pick the right rehab, and they're an amazing thing. And I'll tell you, Philly does have a lot of resources.
RW.
If we could get under control the sales, start getting the drug dealers arrested, and then maybe
I think also that they need to deal with their mental health.
Well, yes, so they could deal with
their mental health.
Once
Maybe
they get rid of the drug dealers, and these people can be put into the right facilities and get sober, and then deal with what drug them to do drugs, because a lot of them have horrible stories. They were abused, they were this, they were that.
horrible.
You know, they were sexually abused, they were sold around by their parents because they were drug addicts. And a lot of them don't have the nicest stories.
No.
I would say 80% of them. Only about 20% say, I just started doing drugs. And a lot of the young ones will tell you they started by getting hurt playing sports in high school. Doctors give them Percocet, then they get cut off. They liked how Percocet made them feel, started buying it down there, then found out, it was cheaper to buy heroin. So they went to
I'll tell
heroin.
you right now, if Jesus walked on this earth right now, he would be right there amongst those people.
I think he's there because something's keeping these
You're right.
people alive.
He's there.
Something's keeping these people alive.
Yeah, you're right, Marita.
I mean, I don't know what it is.
That's my word to Kenneth Copeland. Jesus would have been on that plane with those alcoholics and drunks.
Exactly.
Jesus would be right out here sitting amongst these people, guiding them and leading them to him.
Well, we do have a guy who thinks he's Jesus who walks around Center City. And people get their picture taken with him and stuff. He really thinks he's Jesus Christ.
Well,
he looks like, what we think he looks like. I personally think he looks black. But
when newer meds came into the being. Yeah, I think that I think that there just needs to be a new strategy for mental health, not just medication. I think there needs to be animal therapy, music therapy, teaching these people
Yes,
how to
Martha,
cope,
you're right.
because a lot of their norm is medicines. And when they don't have their medicines, it makes it even harder on them. And I just think that there needs to be coping mechanisms, therapy, whether it's an animal therapy, music therapy, any kind of therapy. I think that they need to be more focused on mental health, and
Oh,
America would be better and bring God back into our schools and our country, but they're
I
not going to
agree.
do it.
But they're too worried about banning books and all this stupid crap
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't have anything to do with anything. Yeah, ban To Kill a Mockingbird, one of the greatest books ever written. I
Why
still
are they trying
read
to do that for?
because it had some racist something they thought was making, I don't know, Florida. You go figure that Ron DeSantis asshole. Uh, I mean, how do you ban that and Gone with the Wind? They're great books. They're awesome books.
I don't know. They need to leave history
I
alone.
still read
History is
To Kill a
history.
Mockingbird at least twice a year.
I've never watched it or anything.
Oh my God. You
I've
gotta
never
read
listened to
it
it or
or
nothing.
watch the
I don't know
movie.
what it's about. What's it
Cary
about?
Grant. Oh my God. Oh, the greatest movie. And it keeps
She's a
right
book
to
reader, you can tell.
Huh?
You're a book reader, I can tell.
I used to. I don't read as much, but I wish
Uh,
I am reading right now.
I want to tell you somebody that reads a lot of books. The Sun King. He is so intelligent when it comes to like history. He reads a lot of books.
Yeah,
He's
I like
very
Civil War
intelligent.
history.
Huh?
I like Civil War history.
Yeah, yeah. He is very intelligent. Daisy
Because my
Harlan,
family
Franke,
wasn't involved. We
Rehab, and
weren't,
halfway houses a
we
lot
didn't
has
live
got
here.
and
We were
cleared
still in
up.
Ireland.
That's
They-
awesome, Angie. I've not been to Harlan in forever. I was supposed to go this week, but I keep putting it off. It's been months since I've been to Kentucky. I keep putting it off. I need to go.
Oh, good. They have a rehab. That's good.
And halfway houses now. We had
Halfway
these.
houses are amazing things.
More.
There's a lot of halfway houses down here. My brother lived in one when he got sober 23 years ago.
They need
They keep them
something.
down there because they tell you if you either want to work and stay sober, if not, go up the street and buy your drugs and get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And it kept, my brother never.
America is pro-capitalism. There you
Eh,
go.
well, we should be.
The books is about people prejudiced on all levels.
Yeah, but it's a great book. It's a great movie. Harper Lee wrote one book in her life, and it was the greatest book ever written.
One of the greatest movies is One with the Wind. My favorite movie is Waterloo Bridge. I cry every time I watch it.
I never heard of that.
I never watched Gone with the Wind.
You never watched Gone with the Wind?
No, I don't like them kind of shows.
Oh, it's great. Oh,
Is it really?
I remember the first time I saw it, 9th grade. Our school rented the movie theater that was down the street from our dream. I was in 9th grade, and it was down the street from the high school, and we all walked to the theater and watched it 4 hours. Great.
Did you enjoy it? I'll tell you what I used to be a big fan of is the Titanic. I loved that movie. I went and watched it
hated
like
that.
4
I fell
times.
asleep.
My daughter still thinks that I named her after that, but really I gave her my grandma's middle name.
What, Rose?
Yeah, Rose. And she says you got it from that movie because I was pregnant during that
Probably
movie.
did. Tell the truth.
Well, maybe a little bit. I love that movie. Now I'm like, oh, okay,
Or it could have been worse. You could have named her Jack.
could have been Jack. Yeah.
No, I
loved it though. It was into romance. Ooh, they got that
first
far.
time I saw that in the theater, I was hooked. And then VHS came out, and I had my own copy, and I've probably seen that 50 times. Every time it comes on, I watch it.
Sleuth Fairy said, I did a painting of Gone with the Wind, a landscape of Terra during intermission.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Oh, good job, Sleuth Fairy. Oh,
Yeah,
Gone
it's
with
got
the
some
Wind is
artists.
but
You know, there's a person that's a subscriber. She don't come in a whole lot, but she called in. I showed a picture in one of my videos from Hobby Lobby of a church. She said her husband painted it and sent it to me. So I'm excited to see that. I'm
Oh,
gonna share
nice.
some. Huh?
That's nice.
That's really nice. I can't wait to get it so I can show everybody it. Hang on just a second. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. So sad. I don't know. They must close that store during the day and only open at night. It was closed all day today. But I think Gone with the Wind is just a brilliant movie. And it came out the same year as Wizard of Oz. I don't know what I think Gone with the Wind won the Academy though. Vivian Lee was beautiful.
I'm back, y'all. Sorry. They got that forest flaming. Where's the buses coming from? Are they
They're
dropping
the
people off?
Market Frankfurt out. They're the
What does that
buses
mean?
because they can't get up there and get the train. They run buses all night along because they lock up all the train. There's about 5 train stops along Kensington Avenue that they lock up.
So does people ride them buses to get warm?
They'll ride the L all night, up and back, up and back, up and back, and that goes from Frankfurt, which is about another mile down, and but nothing happens there, and goes all the way to 69th Street, which is the end of Philly. It's in West Philadelphia. Then it comes back again, and then it's probably a 45-minute to an hour ride from one end to the other. I've never ridden the whole ride. I've never thought. I bet I remember. I might have done it as a child with my mother going out to see my aunts and uncles that still lived in Delaware County, but I don't remember it. So I don't know if I ever did. I only remember going into Center City, and back then it was okay.
I know me and Damon talked about going there, but I'm telling you, I'm probably scared to go there.
No,
well, I'm from the South. I've never been that far north other than Michigan. And I've never been towards New York or anywhere like that. So look at that doggy.
It's nice. It's a nice
I know
neighborhood.
that.
Well, I'll show you the nice parts of Philly first. I'll take you around to the nice parts, and then we'll go down. But you're not going to go here. This isn't the place to go.
Yeah.
McPherson Square is. That's where the people.
I don't know. I get scared going to big cities. I'm not a city person. I'm a country girl.
I'll admit, I'm really not anymore either.
Uh-huh.
I choose to stay out.
Yeah.
Because of things like what happened at Macy's. Nothing happens at Macy's. Then somebody gets the guard gets killed.
Scary. The world is just getting more and more bad.
And I can't even blame it on guns this time.
No.
Can't
People are evil. It don't matter what they use. They're going to use something.
Here comes some rats.
Oh no! Let me see. Oh,
it's right there.
Oh, that's a big daddy too.
One's against the wall.
That's a big old daddy.
There.
Oh, that's huge. Could you imagine that thing crawling on you?
It was last night on some guy against that wall or girl. There's a few right there, right against the wall.
Wow.
See,
that's scary.
Look at them. What do they eat? They're not afraid of people, which is fun.
They must be eating good.
And they're eating whatever in that trash can.
That big.
But the people aren't afraid of them, and they're not afraid of the people. Like, if that was me, I'd be going like, get out of here. Now, see that guy? It's
really
probably not
hard to touch. Do what now?
I don't like It's a Wonderful Life. I'm probably the only person. I'm sorry, Abundance.
I am not yet either.
I just can't get into it for some reason.
I can't
I
either.
like Clarence, and I like Jimmy Stewart. I love what's her name, but I just never got into that movie.
I never did too. I like National Lampoon's Christmas.
I've never seen it.
Huh? You've never watched National Lampoon's Christmas with Chubby
No.
Chase?
Abundance. If you want to see a good Jimmy Stewart Christmas movie, it's called Shop Around the Corner. It's supposed to take place in Hungary, I think.
Have they ever did movies at Philly, like Christmas movies in Philly?
They've done movies. Well, big movie done here was Philadelphia. The Sixth Sense was made here. A lot of movies are made in Philadelphia, but I don't know of any Christmas movies. Wait a minute. Yeah, Trading Spaces.
Oh, okay.
Trading Places. I mean, with Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, okay. Down
that
Philly.
Was made here.
Is it true Will Smith's from Philly?
Huh?
Is Will Smith really from Philly?
Oh, yeah. He's from West Philadelphia.
Oh.
He went to West Philly High.
Oh.
He was all.
I do too.
Overbrook.
Yeah.
He might have actually been from Overbrook, which is the neighborhood over. I think he went to the Brook, the high school Overbrook.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
You would think that these celebrities that were born would come in and like try to help somehow.
DJ Jazzy Jeff was born here also. The
Really?
guy who was with Will
He
Smith.
just kind of faded away from Will, didn't he?
Yeah, he's back.
I heard
I
some
saw him
bad
with
stuff
Kelly
about
Clarkson last week.
He what?
He's doing something now. He was on the
I
Kelly
heard some
Clarkson show.
really bad stuff about Will Smith here lately.
I don't like Will Smith.
Yeah.
I
Him and his
think what
wife
he
is
did
real
to-
weird.
She's weird. She is
He is
weird.
He loves her, and she's freaking
That's the
weird.
problem. He's head over heels, and she doesn't want anything to do with him.
No, she wants Tupac, and Tupac's been dead for years.
Tupac's dead.
It don't make sense, does it?
Or, does anybody ever think about poor Biggie Smalls? He got murdered because they think he killed him.
Allegedly, that was Puffy. I don't know if it's true or not. Speculation.
No,
But
what,
I
Puff?
heard that Puff was involved in that.
No. He Puff Daddy killing
Yeah, Biggie.
Biggie? Maybe. Who knows? They're all crazy.
And Tupac too. I don't know.
The only
That's-
one I like is Ice-T and Snoop Dogg.
I really
Snoop
like
Dogg
Ice
makes
Cube.
me laugh my ass off.
Ice Cube doesn't go along with all the other elites.
No, he went normal now. He's on that NY one of
Yeah.
those police dramas.
But like Will Smith is the kind that like you have he's like you can't think of him being a bad guy, but
He's a great actor.
Heard some bad stuff on him here lately, so
He's a fabulous actor.
he is.
He really is. But I think he's weird. I just think he's weird. I don't
He used to
fall
not
for
be
that
weird.
stuff that you're into. I don't go down that rabbit hole. I don't
Yeah.
believe in no Pizzagate or any of that.
Really? Wow.
No, I do not. That's a bunch
I
of
respect that. I respect that. Look
Yeah,
at that fire! Gosh, they got a big, huge fire out there.
Look at that. Yeah.
Huh?
They better have some hot dogs.
I know. I love hot dogs from an open fire. I don't know why.
Chestnuts.
I like
chestnuts.
What is chestnuts anyway?
A chestnut? I don't know. It's some kind of a nut. It smells good if you're walking the streets in New York and they're selling them.
Uh-huh.
Roasted chestnuts smell really good, but I don't know how you can eat them because they
I
got
don't
to be
know.
cracked
I've never ate them before.
unless they crack them already before they roast them. Don't you hear in Buc-ee's? Don't they sell them there?
They might. I ain't paid no attention. Look at that puppy. Get that puppy off the street.
I
That
know.
baby needs to me out
Well,
off
it's
the
not
street.
super cold out, so
I know,
legally
but
it's
yeah.
okay. I mean,
But
actually, considering it's December 6th,
you want me to tell you
it's St.
big
Nicholas.
in the southern states like Alabama and Florida, when I went on vacation, that I noticed roasted peanuts.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Georgia. That's really big in Georgia. My nephew lives.
Yeah.
They put them in Pepsi.
I've never ate them before, roasted peanuts. I don't
Oh,
know
I've
if they
had
were.
roasted peanuts, but I've never had them in my soda.
No, now I've had peanuts in my soda before. I like regular peanuts in a soda.
Nah, that's weird.
That's weird.
What's it give it? Like a salty taste?
Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's a weird taste, but it's good. Look at
Savory.
them rats. They could put one of them rats in the damn
Oh, there they go.
fire.
Yeah. They cook them in Japan, don't they, or whatever? China.
I don't know. I hope not. They probably do.
China. They cook them on a
There
stick.
you go, Hillbilly Nitro. You can tell he's a hillbilly. RC Cola and Grippo's potato chips. RC and
Cola.
Grippo.
My brother used to drink that because it was cheaper than
Boiled
Pepsi
peanuts. That's what they
Coca-Cola.
are. Not roasted, boiled
And
peanuts.
he used to eat a box of chocolate chip cookies. Nabisco or whoever makes them chocolate chip cookies and RC Cola. And we thought my brother was a millionaire.
So good. You want to know what's good? A country food. A RC Cola, a bologna and cheese sandwich, and Grippo potato chips.
You lost me at
Well,
bologna.
that's
I don't
country.
eat bologna. But I do like a good ham and cheese.
I do too. I
On
like
an
it.
Italian roll, American cheese with I like the white cheese. We get it white, not the orange.
Swiss, like the Swiss cheese.
No, plain old.
What is that bread that you said, that Italian bread you said for a Philly steak? I forgot.
Amorosa.
Huh?
Amorosa rolls.
Amorosa rolls. I have got to put that somewhere.
Or just get, you get Daisy, because you probably can't get Amorosa rolls. They're made here in Philadelphia.
Oh.
Just get a baguette. Get a baguette.
A baguette.
Yeah, the long French breads or Italian bread.
Uh-huh.
Do they sell them in your local Aldi or Piggly? I don't know what you have down there. Piggly Wiggly, Aldi.
Oh, we got Aldi.
Okay, or whatever supermarket, Kroger. And just cut like a 10-inch and then use that.
Huh.
But that's just as good.
Yeah.
Good Italian bread, a good, like it's got to be like a little crunchy on the outside.
What kind of spices do you put on your meat?
I don't like any, but you can put marinara. Some people they get a pizza steak. Now, if you make a pizza steak, you use mozzarella cheese,
Oh yeah.
and then you put salt, pizza sauce, or
Pepperoni
marinara.
and cheese.
Chicken cheese steak with pepperoni and extra cheese. I don't like the chicken cheesesteak, Sleuthberry. I like the regular.
The regular meat steak.
The beef.
Yeah.
Pepper. Oh, that sounds good. Right? That sounds like a
I'm
beef.
so hungry. I've only eaten one time today, and I give half of my food to Bub.
I ate leftover pizza tonight at like 10.
Did you?
Yeah.
You'll make me a bologna sandwich.
I don't eat bologna. I don't. I like on Facebook where it says, "Here's 60 things. Pick what you'll eat," and I'll have friends say, "Well, I got a 57. I got a 52." I said, "I got 14." I don't eat anything. I am the pikiest eater.
Real particular, ain't you?
I am. My mom used to say, "You're your father's daughter."
Oh.
Yeah, except he'd eat bologna. No, he wouldn't. He only ate ham, just like that.
Oh, not a bologna.
I love Italian hoagies though.
Italian hoagies.
I do like Italian salami and stuff. And
could you imagine how good the Italian food is in Italy?
Oh, it's awesome. My sister loves Italian.
So good.
Her mother's from Naples, and they went over for a wedding. And she said it was a 13-course dinner for the wedding.
Oh.
The reception was like 10 hours because then you dance and everything, and it was her cousin's wedding. But I have a funny story. When she she went over one time when she was about 10, 11 years old, and she brought her friend back a radio because she wanted her to hear Italian music.
Ah.
But
no, I have to say, Italian men are quite handsome.
No, but you can't bring a radio that's going to play American music when it gets here. She thought it was going to play Italian music because she bought it in Italy.
I'd like to learn like old timey homemade recipes like that. Like I love me some pasta. Pasta is my
sister-in-law makes the best lasagna, just like her
Who?
mom, just like her mom's, just
Who?
like Tina's. My sister-in-law, my brother's wife.
Yeah. Is she Italian?
Yes, her mother's
Ooh,
from
Well, says she's full-blooded Italian. I'm coming to your house for you to cook me some spaghetti.
the next in Lapicola. Yes, you are.
I would almost travel to get me a good plate of spaghetti. That's my downfall, spaghetti.
I love
It's
spaghetti.
always been.
On our birthdays, we always got to pick our favorite dinner, and I always went with spaghetti. My mom made the best.
So good, ain't it?
Italian.
Ooh, Abigail. She said, I like Italian
I would
men.
cook all day. Her sauce all day. She'd start it, and it would just.
Oh, I bet it's
all day.
delicious.
Oh, it was so. Oh, now
There'll
I
be a
want
bit
it.
tomorrow of meat and spaghetti.
Now I use Prego.
I love Prego spaghetti sauce. I
That's
do.
way better than ragu. And
It's
first
so
of
good.
all,
Yes, it is.
why is ragu named ragu? Because
I don't know.
ragu is Italian for sauce. So you're buying sauce. Instead it says ragu sauce on the bottle. You're buying sauce.
Wow.
But
I
yeah,
guess
but
the Italians cook it and make it themselves.
I always seem to date Italian men.
Now, I'll tell you what, I don't like Olive Garden spaghetti as good as I do my Prego spaghetti sauce.
Oh, I enjoy the Olive Garden's bread.
Yeah, their bread is really good.
Their lasagna's banging too because it had
I've
salad.
never tried their lasagna. I have to try that.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
They have all you can eat some days pasta. I don't go because it's
Yeah,
bad.
they have that here too. They used to have the soup salad thing, and
Oh yeah. Only on a special occasion I would go, but right now where I'm a diabetic, I can't.
look at us 2:30 in the morning.
I
We're
know.
drooling over food.
Talking
But-
about spaghetti.
Yeah, I love a good spaghetti.
Me too. Jinkies can tell you about me and spaghetti. Oh, Laura P said Olive Garden is not really Italian food. Oh.
It's probably not. It's just it's Philly cheesesteak recipe. I buy top chop steak. Now listen to this, Miss Daisy, because this is what you want to do.
Okay.
I cook it with garlic, onion, salt, pepper. I don't put salt in mine. That's the only thing I don't put in because I don't like salt. It's too salty. And fold in the American cheese. You got it right there, Sleuth Fairy. That is perfect.
So roll. I'm gonna have to come back here and look at this.
Salute.
It's my secret recipe. I'm gonna have to do it and then record it and then send it to Sleuth Fairy.
It's the
My
smell
reaction
of
to it.
you, Sleuth Fairy. Your onions, are they cooked or not cooked? I like mine cooked.
I love cooked. I like cooked
The smell
onions.
of the garlic and onions, just
Ooh,
like
that sounds so good.
when I walk past Joseph's Pizza every day, I just want to go in there.
Yes.
But I know the cheesesteak is $12, and I'm not spending that kind of money on a cheesesteak.
There's a place down in Pigeon Forge called Big Daddy's Pizza, and it's homemade from a pizza oven. Ooh,
is it good?
It is so good. That's where I said
Get good pizza around here.
Bub, huh?
That's the one thing around here. You can get great pizza.
Yeah, that's
Pretty
what
much
they
anywhere.
So
Unless
good.
it's like a Domino's or a Little Caesars or Pizza Hut. Like you don't want a chain pizza. You want to go to a corner pizza parlor, a poppy shop.
Yeah, that's the best
You
kind.
go to like ours is Old London or Joseph's. They're the two right around the corner here. And
Yeah, also,
they make the best pizza, except Joseph's is way overpriced.
overpriced. That's not
20
bad
bucks.
though. I mean,
$20 a pizza.
$20. Oh, that's kind of high.
Well, London's 15 or 14.99 or something for the same thing. Their crust is different. And I prefer Old London's pizza, but cheesesteak wise, Joseph makes a better cheesesteak. They use a different roll. They use the Lisco's roll. And Lisco's make a good roll now, better than Amarillo.
So I wonder if you could order that kind of stuff off Amazon. But the time it got here, it probably ruined.
No, not if you use the Amazon Prime. Look into. I'm going to look into that for you.
Okay. Because I'd like to have what y'all are saying.
I know there is a company that sells like Philadelphia stuff. You get Hers potato chips, Goldberg peanut chews, Tasty Cakes and Tasty Pies.
Oh, I like Tasty Cakes.
Frank soda. What else?
They used to sell Tasty Cakes at the Dollar Tree, and then they quit selling them at the Dollar Tree because they were so good. People started buying them by the
they're
gallon.
not as good as they were when I was a kid. They're junk compared to when I was a kid. The pies are still really good, and the peanut butter candy cakes. Freeze them. If you can get them, freeze them, put them in your freezer, and then one night just take one out. Oh my God, it's heaven on earth. Oh my God, we're going on a food binge here.
Listen, we always do. I love me some food. I can't help it.
I do too. That's why I put
I'll
on
be
20
depressed
pounds.
without it. That's my happy time.
That's why I put on 20 pounds during COVID. Because
it's easy to do. Especially when you're talking about
dogs. I love devil dogs too. Devil
What's
dogs
devil
in
dog?
the freezer. They're
What is
made
that?
like grapes. They're like devil food, chocolate food with vanilla icing, it like creamy icing in the middle.
Oh,
Not
that
like
sounds good.
not like it's like
That's real good.
whipped creamish kind of icing.
Yeah, I like that kind of icing better. The whipped
Yeah,
cream.
it's not like what you get in the middle of an Oreo.
Do y'all have a Food City? A Food City in Philly?
No, we have Giant, Shopping Bag, ShopRite, Acme, or as some people say, Acme. I don't know why they say that, but they do. Trader Joe's. What else do we
Food
have?
City's got that ice or that whipped cream icing, and I like it better. I don't like a sweet icing.
Yeah,
I don't
ShopRite has the whipped cream icing on their birthday cakes and stuff.
Yeah, I like that better. It's not
Yeah,
as sweet.
I think that's what we have at Giant. I shop at Giant. It used to be called Gennardi's. I used to work there before I went into teaching. And their bakery's pretty good. They got good cheesecake.
I love a bakery.
Brought in. They don't make the cheesecake there. Cheesecake is my downfall.
I like a good cheesecake. I do.
There's devil dogs. If you find them anywhere, get a box, put them in the freezer, and that's another thing you eat as you get
cakes. They're cakes.
Yes, they're a cake, but with the cream in the middle, and it's like it's not like dark chocolate cake. It's like devil food cake, light devil food cake. They're long. You can Google them, and they're really good. I think you would have.
They have an Aldi's. Would they be an Aldi's?
Yeah, they should be.
Okay, I'm gonna look for them.
Yeah, we have Aldi's, and we have that other one, Lutz. It's from England, LITZ or something.
There's a Trader Joe's in Knoxville. We don't have one where I'm at.
Oh, they're expensive. They're for the uppies. They're for people who have money. My sister shops at Trader Joe's. Yeah, that's all healthy shit. You won't catch me in there. No.
I've never been in a Trader Joe's before.
I prefer to buy it's good if you want to like fruit and vegetables, but it's expensive. It's expensive. What's the other one? Oh shoot! It's like a Trader Joe's. It's expensive. It's like a small, yeah. And you're not going to get a lot of junk food in there. If you are, it's going to be all natural. Who wants all natural junk food? Good God!
I know that
that's
Costco has a lot of health food. Costco has a lot of healthier food than Sam's.
Well, we have Costco. We have Sam's. We have BJ's.
Yeah.
We have Walmart and Target, of course.
Yeah. We don't have a Target here.
But to shop at Costco, BJ's, or the other one, you got to have a card.
Yeah, you have to have a membership.
Yeah, I don't have a membership, and they check that before you even come in.
Oh, Costco's real bad about checking
Yeah.
it. Sam's not so much, but Costco's like they're like the military or something. You go in there.
Well, I guess because you're getting bargains on 4 big jars of mayonnaise you'll never use in your life. I don't even eat mayonnaise. I don't even have mayonnaise.
Their meat at Costco, their hamburger meat is so good though.
It's
the best hamburger meat I've ever tasted.
I buy mine from the butcher because I only buy a pound or so. So I can I'll just go to the butcher and pay cash.
Yeah.
Because we have a really good butcher by me. And they also sell homemade scrapple. Now I know you don't know what scrapple is. That's something Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's literally what it says. It's the scraps of the pig. With spices and stuff in it. And it's made into a loaf, and you cook it, and it's probably the best breakfast stuff around.
Oh yeah,
I could live on. Well, from 7th and 8th grade, it's the only thing I ate for lunch every day. I came home, my mom had it ready for me because I came home for lunch because I lived too close to school. I couldn't stay. So now I'm glad I get out of the building. And
Tamo, Gail, Tamo.
Sleuth Fairy. Did you, or Abigail Rose? You're both around this area. Did you ever eat Scrapple? Sleuth Fairy. It's oh my God! I have it in my fridge because I had.
Is it like a breakfast meat or something?
It's a breakfast meat, yeah. Well, I ate it for dinner the other night with scrambled eggs.
Oh.
The rats are coming out now from under there.
Ooh, they are, ain't they? Them are ooh.
They'll run pretty far. They'll run over to people.
Ooh.
But they get scared a little more. They're not as big as the other ones.
Them other ones are gigantic.
There is one real big one that comes out. It might be the mama or something. There's about 10 of them under there.
I don't understand. I got 2 cats and a black snake.
Laurie, it's not gross. Oh.
What happened?
Laurie thinks Scrapple's gross. Oh, Laurie P. Here, I'm hugging you. Yes, with syrup. Yes, Sleuth Fairy. Some people put syrup on their Scrapple. A little bit of syrup.
It's weird that we all live in such different places, but we're all the same.
It is funny.
Yeah, it's weird that we meet people from way into other countries. Like Yanni's all the way over in Australia. Like when I talk to her, it's hard to imagine her being that far away.
And talk about a whole different lifestyle.
I know.
She had her dog today, didn't she?
Yeah, she was in here bragging about it a while ago. I didn't get a chance to really talk to her today. I was out with Bub most of the day and went to the store and stuff.
Pork roll. Do you ever have pork roll, Daisy?
A what?
Pork roll. Taylor's pork roll. Taylor's
Is that like a loin? A point?
Breakfast meat. Laurie, did you put it on a English muffin with some cheese? Laurie said she had pork roll today.
Oh,
no. It's very salty meat, and it's about an inch thick. And it's so good. You put it on a muffin with some cheese on it, a slice of American cheese. Just a muffin, a little butter on it, or margarine, or even jam or something, whatever you like. And it's so good. We have good food here.
I know. I want to go eat there.
Well, when you come, yeah. Oh, you had it with egg, cheese on it? Yeah, that's the way to eat it, Laurie.
There you go.
Oh, you're my new best friend. Come to my house tomorrow, make it for me.
Huh?
I want her to come make it for me now.
Well,
I
you
like
know,
it on a raisin bagel, though. I like a raisin bagel. Raisin cinnamon bagel with pork roll and cheese.
one of my favorite breakfast is biscuits and gravy,
I was
sausage
going to
and
say
egg.
biscuit and gravy. Now,
I
the
love
gravy has
biscuits
meat
and
in it,
gravy.
doesn't it?
What Widow Baby says she loves scrapple.
Oh, White Widow, baby. Oh, isn't it awesome? Mm. I got so many new best friends in here. All of you.
We ought to have a feast. I sure hope there's food in heaven.
You know what? What we ought to do one night is all make our neighborhood like what we find best in our area and then come on live and show it.
Like in the neighborhood or food?
Food. Like what we make in the food in our area. Like some will say cheesesteak. I forgot about pork roll and cheese, scrapple. You know, they're things Philadelphia. Or some people say pork rolls more Jersey. But I say
love
Philadelphia.
breakfast.
We call it Taylor's ham or Taylor's pork roll. It's like a ham product.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
it's so good. It's so Daisy.
Oh, I bet it is good.
You would love it, but I think you would enjoy some scrapple.
I probably would.
I don't like it made real thick because I don't like it. I like it a little thinner and crispy.
I like crispy stuff.
Yeah, and
I like cheese, like kind of crispy and stuff.
Oh, you're in Baltimore. Okay, so you're really not that you're not that far from getting scrapple. They probably sell it there now. Habersets, right?
Where is Baltimore located at? Is it up towards New York?
Maryland. It's about
Maryland.
up
Where's
I-95 down I-95. It's probably 90 minutes away or so.
Okay, so it's in that little strip up there towards New York.
If the traffic isn't too bad. Baltimore and Philadelphia are a lot alike housing wise. They have row homes. Like sometimes I look at the news and see Baltimore and think it's Philadelphia first. I go, oh no, that's Baltimore because it's so clean. Much cleaner than here.
Oh.
Oh, Amy Lynn, you like scrapple too? See, I knew I had my scrapple people.
Scrapple.
Scrapple. Yes.
I love talking about food. I don't know why, y'all. It's not that I'm fat because I'm fat. I just like food. But
no, I talk about food all the time. It's because I'm too lazy to cook it. It's all in my refrigerator. It's just sitting there. No. I'm back
from
and forth all the time. Baltimore is my home.
Wow.
Are you a Ravens fan? Because I think you might be going to the Super Bowl. Eagles suck right now. I'm mad at them. They lost. But they still have the best record in football. But I think it's going to be the Eagles.
Eagles. Is that Philadelphia?
Yeah, Philadelphia Eagles. We just our center, Jason Kelsey, his brother is going out with Taylor Swift. Travis.
Oh, yeah. I've seen pictures of her at the thing.
Yeah. She's from outside of Philadelphia.
Is she? I thought she was a country girl.
Well, Reading, outside of Philly.
Oh.
Like she's from up like where what's her name? The 8+8 lived up that way. Cape.
Oh, okay.
No, she wasn't. They consider them. They'll call themselves Philadelphians. They're really not.
Oh.
Ray Lewis is my man. Ray Lewis was a criminal. But
Miley Cyrus has lost her freaking mind.
Who? She's never had a mind.
No.
Or
she
kid.
has. I know. I used to like her when she was Hannah Montana because My girls used to love watching Hannah Montana. I even took them to no, did I? No, that was the Cheetah Girls. I was thinking it was Hannah Montana, but it was the Cheetah Girls.
I don't
I
know,
took
but we have a little too many Ravens fans in here. I think we got to get some Eagles fans. At least they're no Cowboy fans I can see. Nobody's saying go Cowboys. Because then I have to go. No, I never watched any of that stuff. I didn't have kids. My nieces were older, and the younger ones weren't into it. They liked that TGI Friday, think with
we have down here, but it went out of business.
Look at these people. LOL.
I'm sitting there watching a video of a
yes,
baby being back. I've bathed many babies for the first time, and I've even like
fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fly, eagles, fly, score a touchdown, 1, 2, 3. Hit 'em low, hit 'em high, and watch our eagles fly. Fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. EAGLES. Eagles. See, we even have a song. That's right.
There you go.
You're
You're a big fan.
I'm a sports fan in general, yeah. Except hockey. I don't like hockey. And my father wrote their fight song. I don't like hockey.
Yeah.
It bores me. I don't know why, because it's such a fast moving game, but I'm not into it.
Is it big in Philadelphia?
Yeah. You kidding? The Flyers? Yeah. All sports are big here. Any sport. Even
I think the only thing in Tennessee that's big is football.
No, your hockey team's very big. Well, Nashville. The Nashville hockey team. The Nashville Predators. They're very good and they're really popular.
Really?
Yeah, Nashville. Yeah.
Kentucky's good for basketball.
Basketball, right? But that they're college. I mean, you got a million colleges there, and most of the South is basketball
and horse races.
Well, yeah. My old Kentucky home.
My old Kentucky home.
That's the only thing I love before the race when they sing that. It like makes me like get a little weepy inside. Like when you hear everybody, the whole stadium singing it.
Yeah.
And then they play "Run for the Roses" by Dan Fogelberg. That's pretty awesome.
You know, I've never been to not Kensington, but Keeneland, where they do the horse races. All that.
I've never been to an Eagles game.
Really?
Real bad. Nah, tickets are too expensive. Sitting out in the cold. I'm not sitting out in the cold. I might love you.
No, I'm not. That's me. I'm not going. I am not going out in the cold. I'm not sitting on bleachers. I'm too old for that. My knees and my back hurts.
I did that when I coached soccer and had to stand out in the cold. I remember playing a championship game in January, and it was probably 15 to 20 degrees out and windy. And you're in an open field, and the girls are wearing shorts because it's soccer. And I'm
in that kind of weather. Wow.
And it was freezing. I remember taking them all. We lost the game, lost the championship, and I took them all out for hot chocolate. I said, "Come on, we're all going to Dunkin' Donuts."
Oh, yeah. I bet they were happy to get that.
They were. They didn't even care about losing at that point. They were like, "Let's get out of here." Get in their mother's cars and turn the heat up. I'm telling you, the wind.
I want Heart to Touch. I want Heart to Touch sent me Martin's hoagie rolls.
Martin's makes a good potato roll, don't they?
Huh?
Martin's makes a good potato roll.
Potato roll? I've never heard of that before.
I think that's what they're called.
I
Mark.
know it's so bad for me, but hey, it sounds so good.
You can treat yourself to one cheesesteak.
Yeah, that's what I do. I'll treat myself like once a week.
Did the Saints win the other night, K9? I was
Huh?
watching that game. I can't remember. Did they
What was
lose that game or win?
Thank
You
you.
had Drew Brees for a lot of years. You had a great quarterback.
Good night, Abundance.
Yeah, it is getting late. I should.
Ooh, she sent me Emma Russell Rolls bundle of club in Italian Philly style.
Oh,
Woo-hoo.
can I get them?
Huh?
No, I don't like fries with vinegar. I like Italian dressing on them. I don't put salt on them. I put Italian dressing. Can you get them? The rolls?
Who?
You.
Oh, I don't know. I have to go to the store and look for them.
No, I thought somebody sent you a.
No, she sent me a link to
Yeah.
both of them. I'll click on it after. Maybe I could.
Yeah, maybe you can order them and they can.
Yeah, look how big that fire is.
Why is this guy in a wheelchair but he's walking?
I have no idea.
His feet are moving.
He's probably doing it to get a check.
Maybe
Some of them do.
maybe he has those sores.
Maybe he does. Yeah, he could have them.
Yeah, that's. See, we got into food and got away from.
Oh, she sent that for me. She said it's Amazon.
Yeah.
So you can buy them off Amazon.
Probably get it.
Huh?
I figured you could probably get them.
Ooh, I know Bub will be loving it.
If they
He loves
send them in dry ice, they'll be fresh.
Oh, that'd be good.
Because you could probably get the whole package of the meat, the cheese, and you just add your own onions, peppers, whatever you want to put on it.
Yeah.
Onions and peppers are pretty common. I like sweet peppers.
Oh,
I don't eat hot food. Like if I went to Nashville, you would never see me eat hot chicken. I don't eat chicken wings. I
Did you
can't
say
eat anything
Nashville?
hot.
Have you ever been to Nashville?
No, I'd love to go.
I've been there. The city's okay. I mean, there's one big strip with just party all night and day. It's called Little
Broadway.
Vegas. But I'm not a big fan of Nashville.
I like it. I like music, but I don't like the music that's out now, except for Stapleton.
Well, every few feet is a bar, and
from the
there's
90s. I love Garth Brooks. I would like to go to his bar, which is opening soon.
What is that guy doing?
He's tweaking.
He's a tweaking.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He's a dancing or something.
Last night there's a guy running up and down the street with no shirt on, and then boxing in the middle of the street, and then running back and forth all night.
Oh, man, that's awful.
He probably smoked that stuff called wet.
They need to go lay down and get a bed. They need to look at that big rat.
Oh my God!
You see it running?
Yeah, they just run. They don't care.
They're huge.
Going to that hole. There it goes down the hole.
They got a hole they going in and out of.
That's probably a drain pipe.
That dude is high K9.
Was probably taken off of.
Yeah.
Cap that, they wouldn't be coming back in. Oh, they're running against that wall over there.
Oh.
And that guy is standing
Sweet
there.
bad, ain't he?
See, I don't think, you showed this one time and Pearl said you stole somebody's content. I don't think this content belongs to anybody. I think
it's a camera. Mm-hmm.
Or if it does, it doesn't say it belongs to anybody.
Yeah.
It just goes all day and all night, 24 hours, up and down. And then the other camera, this is 2 or 3?
2.
This is 2. Camera 3 goes a little, it'll go over towards the other side.
Oh, he's taking his clothes off.
Well, he probably has a couple of pairs of pants on.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of them will wear a couple pair. Oh, she's putting a coat on the dog. How nice is that?
Oh, at least she thought about that baby.
Good.
What I have noticed about homeless people is they will sleep out in the cold before they leave their baby dogs. Because I ran into one last year, or maybe it was year before last, and he would not go to a warming station because his puppy couldn't go in with him.
It's sad because they love their animals, and a lot
They
of them
love them. That's all they
have to take them and see the cops just driving by, not doing a damn thing because there's nothing. Well, these people aren't doing anything wrong either.
No, they're used
not
to
doing
it.
drugs or anything.
Now, if it was a cop here from Tennessee, they'd be freaking out if they went there.
Oh, they wouldn't know what to do. They
I'm
wouldn't.
sure Nashville probably gets things like that, but around here they don't.
It's bad.
We have homeless people here, but nothing like that, Kensington. Happy dog, yes.
Raccoon.
They do. They take care of their little baby dogs. Look at that fire. They need to burn some of that damn trash.
Chunky. That's what I think they should do. Burn the trash.
I do too.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but I do like the
plastics and stuff
too,
like that. Huh?
Let's see if they'll come out from under there. I finally found out what that thing is laying on the ground there. It's an old orange cone that somebody must have stepped on.
Oh.
But yeah, see, you can't go in that store. It's all like got bulletproof around it.
I don't blame them.
And but they weren't open all day today. The gate was down.
I bet they leave it open at night for people.
Probably, yeah, just at nighttime.
I wonder if they keep it warm in there. That's why people go in and out.
No, it's out. They don't go in the store. You got to ask for what you want.
I almost think they need a warming station for people out there, but
there's one across the street.
There's blazing right now, ain't they?
There's a place down the street called Rock Ministries that they can stay and sleep if they wanted to, but they don't want to be there because they're made to leave early in the morning. Or they're given something to eat. That's where they'll usually all go down and get some breakfast and coffee or tea or something or water, because a lot of places will get bottled water out.
Yeah.
They don't want to stay because they're restricted. Because once you're in, you can't leave, can't do drugs in there, you can't smoke in there. But the Rock Ministries is really good, actually. They do a lot of work for people down there.
That's good.
And they don't get enough praise. They should get more.
They're getting their diamonds and stuff in heaven.
Christian-based organization.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a minister that runs it, and they do services and stuff. But it's just not enough, I guess. I don't even know. I don't have an answer for any of this.
There is no. Only God can help these people right now.
And I've lost so many people down there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 3 people last year.
Oh.
To fentanyl overdoses. One called me Aunt. I mean, and Peter, his godson, and John, kid I was a CYO advisor. It's Catholic Youth Organization. I was his old advisor. I mean, when he was a teenager, but he kept getting sober, but he kept going back. He was sexually abused by a priest. Horribly.
Wow.
Horribly. There was over 100 boys that were abused at our parish by one priest. And our pastor found out finally, and because he had these kids believing that the parents were telling them to do it, that they were giving was giving the money. You ever read about this guy, Father Brisky? He's dead now, thank God. He committed suicide. Took the Judas way out instead of facing charges. And John was in the middle of the book,
right now.
and then he died. Of this shit.
Marita, I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah,
I took
I
my.
am too. Look at that. He doesn't know whether he wants to go to the hole or not.
I know.
Well, Daisy, thank you for having me up.
Thank you for coming up, Marita. I enjoyed talking to you. I could talk to you for hours, but I took my medicine, and you know how that goes. I'll be snoring on you.
Get ready to take mine. So God bless everybody in the chat.
God bless, and thank you for coming up.
Love you. You have a good night, and I'm sure I'll see you this week.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back under your moon.
Be
Love
there
you.
everywhere. All right, bye, everyone.
Okay. Bye. I love everybody. Y'all take care. God bless. Stay safe on these YouTube streets. If you've not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button, that like button. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk about something. And all we can do is pray for these poor people, y'all. That's all we can do. Love you guys. God bless. And bye.